YouTube! It's time for us to take the next step in our relationship with Cove. I have no idea what's coming. We'll probably insult him in some way, and I'm waiting for the day he punches Lizzie. Let's go. Oh, yep. Forever nervous because that is me. And we did bond last time, so it's crush now. We have a crush. Ooh! We're ready to go. You'll be able to change it again till September. Oh no, till step 3. I don't know why I was reading that as September. You got me. Alright, Dark, you freaking got me. That scared the crap out of me.
I am the hype!
You got me so bad with that. Holy. Maybe if we're already on crush on step 2, maybe step 3 is we're relaxed with a crush, and then step 4 is that we're relaxed and in love. Maybe that's how we work it, because I thought fond was the 4th one, but the 4th one's indifferent. Oh well, that's fine. So now we're nervous with a crush, like many preteens. Wait, customize Cove? I'm sorry, we can custom. Wait, chat, do we customize Cove or do we let the game decide? I have a strange feeling, Doc, that you would like to customize Cove. just that face in the chat I can see over there. I don't want to touch his personality though. I feel like that kind of takes away from the game if you're choosing what his personality is like. You know. But we can do appearance. I don't know what Cove even looks like. I liked his hair. He had very lovely hair. Alright, let's do appearance then. Oh, there he is. Holy. Okay. He can get messy hair. You know we gotta give him the messy hair. Leave him be. Aw, but Dark, the face you sent me. Okay. I don't think I can back out now, can I? Oh, nope. Oops. I can't back out now, can Also that, no way he's having jewelry on him. Gotta say it. Yo, that's a nasty ass scar. Is he okay? I'll leave him like that, but I had to change the jewelry, and I couldn't do that. I had to do. But damn, that was a nasty scar. Good lord, I thought he'd just like broke a bone. I didn't realise he'd ripped into his skin or something. Jesus Christ. Anyway. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Ooh, fine messy hair it is. I mean, let's be fair, messy hair though. Ooh. Ooh. All I'm saying. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign... Wait, that was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. You're not a fan of messy hair? Oh, but it's so cute. And in certain situations... Oh boy. Unless I'm the one to mess it up. Precisely. Precisely. And does that count as us messing it up because we chose that he had messy hair? Anyway. At school he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw anyway. I guess, yeah. I'm gonna count it. I'm gonna count it. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. Understandable that we developed a crush then, if he was just always there. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Aww. Okay. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. Yep. That's how the crush grew. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalised. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. What's his mum like? I'm kind of curious what his mum is like. Is his mum just like a complete piece of shit? Like, I gotta know. I'm curious. I need the tea. Spill the tea, sis. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mum a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too. For different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after. Mum asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. That's fair. I mean, it's not entirely on him, because if he was kicked out and ended up getting full custody, that means she probably didn't want Cove in the first place. So, it's a tricky situation. I feel bad for the dad. He gets so much shit from Cove. Like, I get it. Especially in a kid's head, I get it, but... Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. Ah, yes. I volunteered as tribute, he said. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. Yeah, that's a bad sign. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears he looked sad. Bruh. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal. Except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. Yeah, well, at least he's a bit of a... The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your home had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. I thought he came with, he came with that. That was just a feature of Cove. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. Okay, what did you do to get that scar? He also went through a major growth spurt. Okay. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. He's the jock! The nerdy jock! Over the years, he began opening up more, too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbours from time to time. Oh shit, yes! Yes! He got character growth, let's go! He didn't just grow in height, he grew in person too. We love that for him. And the only kid that came to visit the neighbourhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. Oh no! What happened? What do you mean gone? That is a very, very horrifying sentence. He and his mum moved back south because of her work just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. I don't know why I keep thinking Sunset Beach. At least he's okay. I thought it meant he was gone, you know what I mean? Oh. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Sheila anymore. It was a long time ago. He's gonna pop right back up at some point, isn't he? Like, guys, it's me! And he's gonna either look completely different or exactly the same as before. There's no in between. You learned some heartbreaking things, became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. I learned some heartbreaking things. That was sad in its own way. What do you mean I learned some sad, heartbreaking things? What happened? Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. Fair enough. You remember calling her mummy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You're much too old for the word. As you do, you know, as you grow up. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted everyone calling her Elizabeth. So you did. Oh god, she's one of them. She's the mean girl, isn't she? When we hit young adult, she's the mean girl, isn't she? She called Gibble. Excellent. Your luck has increased. Your mum soon gave her permission to go to places where other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighbourhood.
I am the hype!
Yeah, all the hype, let's go! In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with the girls from school who were her own age. She's a mean girl. Our big sister is a mean girl. Hello, 911? Someone kidnapped my sister and replaced her with this. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. That logically makes no sense, but okay. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. Ooh, what a name. He didn't live in the neighbourhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had time for it. Now, that is such a pretty background. Can you unblur that so I can have that in my life, please? Like, holy shit, that is so pretty. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed. In small and big ways, you had to. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school's over and summer vacation had come again. Whoa, look at our room now! Instead of toys, we have a PC, let's go! Let's play some Minecraft! It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed celebrating your time off by sleeping in, wide awake about to head out and enjoying your time off. No, I'm asleep. I'm straight up snoozing. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning mood. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From underneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. Oh no. Oh damn, hi sis. You're going to be gorgeous when you hit adulthood. And I hope you know it, but I hope you don't, like, you know what I'm going with. Like, I hope she isn't an asshole about it. That makes sense. You're still sleeping? Wow. Get up. No. Now I'm gonna fake snore so loud. She's 15, yup. You didn't get out of bed and instead made some obnoxiously loud and totally 40 sleeping sounds. It was pretty annoying, but she had bothered you first. Ugh, not funny. Get up now. I will come over there. Not funny. Do you just not know the word fun anymore? Bruh. So much for a lazy morning. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. Oh god, fucking special boy. That's not a good sentence. Oh Jesus. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mum wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
Now come down already. God, her voice dropped as well. Good lord. Be right there. Okay, fine. Really? That's great. I'm coming. I'll be there when I'm there. You give me time, you fuck. Okay, fine. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. Sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Do we get to pick? Oh, we get to pick. Oh. I'm very short. No, I'm not going with short. You guys aren't doing this to me again. Okay, fine, chat. You get to pick my height, but be nice, okay? Your reflection hardly fit in the frame. You're very tall. Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame. You're average height. There was a lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. Or you had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror frame. You're very short. I don't want the bottom one. Can we just be average? Can we please be average? Please. A pretty short one is funny. I'm okay with pretty short. I'll accept pretty short, but I don't want the bottom one. If you guys want to know some real truth, in human form, I've always been average height until the age of about 15 human years. In which case, everyone else kept going, and I sort of stuttered to a stop. Then go very tall to compensate. I'm very tall. Help! My head is hitting the door frames. This is why I said average, just to, you know. Because I know you guys want this one. I can hear it in Dark's tone. Dark hasn't even said anything, and I know Dark wants that one. We can go pretty short. I'm okay with that one. I like a good height difference. Oh god, that's true, isn't it? The amount of ships I have and there's distinct height difference. Oh no. Oh no, I have a type. Oh no. I think. Maybe. Anyway. Well, you said pretty short first, and... yeah, we'll do pretty short. Last chance, chat. Last chance to bully me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very tall, do it. Alright. You could show it to Cove and how it felt being unusually big. He was one of the rare fellow 13-year-olds whose height was a match for your own. They need to get me a new mirror. You liked your height, you weren't sure how to feel about it. You were kind of self-conscious over it. I like my height. I'm tall for once. It suits you well, in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked out in your favour. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realised you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. Oh no. And in comes the insecurities because crush. You left your room, resting a hand on the railing as you went down the stairs. Ah. So quick. Soft. It is time for step 2. You spotted Mum first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mum. Pausing, puts down fried rice with sauteed chicken. Oh my... pistachio milkshake? I'm sorry? Pardon? I do not know what that tastes like. I don't even know what a pistachio tastes like. That sounds kind of disgusting, if I'm honest. I'm down for the fried rice and chicken, though. Thanks, V. Also, hi, how you doing? She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Oh, why are you hot? Mum, please. Good morning, Saz. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. Can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? The fucking grin on her face. She knows. She knows. You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
Oh, you're really pretty with purple hair. No wonder you sticked with it. Oh my god. Doing good, eating some fried rice with sauteed chicken and... Oh, right, is that what... Every time you come in chat and you're like, you give me some, is that because you've already got them? I appreciate you sharing your food, dude. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. I was about to say, how can she reach? I think I'm not imagining a 13-year-old accurately. I'm like picturing a giant or something. God damn. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so you were still little in her eyes, despite being big for your own age. You let her do it. You happily let her do it. You tilted your body aside to dodge. You pushed her hand back and laughed. You pushed her hand back and groaned. Happily let her do it. We all love head pats in this household. That type of small, affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. You're the last one down today. You know what? You know that even? Not you know what. You know what? You're grounded. Life isn't a race. Oh, damn. Philosophical, okay. Morning. I was going to stay in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What do we get? I'm gonna stay in longer. There we go. Yes, thank you for gracing us all with your presence this fine day. Oh god, I could be such a little shit, I love it. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Aw! Oh, why is that so cute? Aw! Oh, that is so cute! Chat, come on now. Look at him. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as his bushy hair covered part of his face. His features were pinched in embarrassment and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding... Oh, hello. Yes, come in. Hi, James. Thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Welcome in. I didn't get scared at all. Don't worry about it. Well, scared is not the right word. I meant I didn't jump. I did jump. Hi, how are you? I malfunction on the regular. Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing great, dude. Having a fun old time. His features were pinched in embarrassment and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. What is it? It looks like a bunch of fruit in the shape of stars and flowers. Is this my first playthrough? Yes, it is. I have not seen this game before and someone in chat recommended it. And I thought, hey, it's Pride Month. This is perfect. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was a carefully cut fruit. Oh, I was right, it was fruit. Thank you for playing it. Wait, did you make this? Oh god, that makes me so nervous. But no, you're welcome, dude. It's real fun. I'm enjoying it. Hey, Maggie. Alright, it made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. Voice one of the characters in this game, the name of Baxter. Oh, you do Baxter? Oh, I've seen... I may be wrong. I hope I'm not wrong, because that'd be very embarrassing. But I've seen, I think, isn't that one of the DLC characters? Or like the DLC love interests? Or am I wrong? I could be very wrong. Sounds about right, actually, if I'm wrong. Yes, yes, the white hair. Ah, yes! I was correct, let's go! Hype, hype, hype. Nice job, dude. That sounds like tons of fun. Did you enjoy doing voicing the character? That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. But would you eat it? That's a good question though. Would you eat a fruit bouquet if it was cut into shapes? I don't know if I'd be too busy staring at it like, how the hell did you do that? Was just super fun. Hell yeah, nice. Ooh, I don't... Really? I do have a Twitter. I keep forgetting to add it to the list of socials, to be honest. Mostly because all I do is like post when I go live, but I can get my Twitter, don't worry about it. The bouquet would not live long for you. Why not? What have you done? What, would you just power through that? Okay, yeah. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighbourly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Jesus Christ, stop, please. I was reading. My soul gone, just evaporated. Fruit is your weakness. I could chomp down on fruit the whole day. You know, depending on the fruit, I agree. There's certain fruits that if you give me it, it will be gone. Like strawberries, apples, maybe oranges. Depends on my mood. But orange, you shouldn't bulk eat oranges. It's very bad for your system. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Yay! Hey. Hey, chat. You smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Oh! Don't have these thoughts while he stood in the doorway with a bouquet that looks somewhat like a bouquet of flowers. You're about to have a crisis in the doorway. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
You too. Aww.
I am the hype!
Aww. I really like your vibe. Thank you. I would say I've worked hard on it, but I've sort of mishmashed it together on hopes and dreams. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Oh, okay, calm down. Calm down, we've only just gotten into this step, calm down. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. What, it's mutual? Wait, we're just gonna accept already that it's mutual? Oh god, nah. I thought there would be like mystery behind his end. We're like, I think I was your 69th follower. Hey, nice. It's a totally normal number. Definitely not anything else. That's excellent, dude. Thank you so much. And thank you for tuning in. and watching me, you know, like, fail at a dating sim somehow. Accurate. Oh, I didn't read the rest of the sentence. Wait. Wait. I didn't finish reading it. I just sort of went, yeah, I guess that's done. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. Oh, did I finish that sentence? I don't remember. Help. Oh, I am malfunctioning to the maximum. I need to put my fan on. Hold on. Get out of the way, bowl of ice cream. Ah. I hope you guys enjoyed the noises I just made. Completely normal noises that every person makes, right? Anyway. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. Oh. So hard to stay in it. Yep. Uh-huh. You know, it was absolutely peeing it down earlier. Like, it was absolutely chucking it down. And it was still 20 degrees. I wanted to curl up. But if I curled up, I would melt. So I did not. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just like, okay, you're brushing it on a little much for a crush, god damn. Brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. Oh, okay, so this wasn't like a, oh my god, it was a, oh my god moment for him, but not for us. We just sort of went, you alright, man? You good? It was 32 degrees where I am today. It's so bad. Yeah, it's only gonna be worse. I think where it's set to be is meant to be rainstorms, but also a heat wave, which is baffling. But okay, whatever you say, weather. I won't, you know, upset the gods by being like, yo, that's dumb. Not me. You worried you might have reacted in a similar way without realising. And with that, the gift was accepted. Cha-ching! Achievement unlocked. That is a nice smile. Look at that smile, it's a lovely smile. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. Same. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. He seems so much happier, and yet in the startup of this chapter, we were just like, Cove, while he's gotten over crying, he's still really depressed. And he's just so sad all the time, all day, every day. He's so sad. It's like, is he? I can't tell. I mean, we've just started talking to him, but goddamn. That's the worst, just a bit of rain, so when the sun shines it gets super humid and feels even hotter than it is. True. I will admit that I loved when it was peeing it down earlier because I love rain. Rain and snow are just my favourite. A thunderstorm would have been perfect, but I'll live. It's fine. Yep, so many options. Thank you, thanks. You are too cute sometimes. We gotta do that one. We gotta do that one. I'm not trying to be. No one ever tries to be. If you're being cute, it's because you're not trying to be cute. Yeah, yeah. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Oh. He smile. He's aww. Bless him. Fine. Mr. Holden's behaviour really was different from any neighbour you'd ever had, though after 5 years you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was nice. He was sort of funny. He was pretty weird. You didn't like him. He was great. He was great and kind of handsome. No, don't hit on his dad. Don't hit on his dad. That's so awkward. Don't do that. He was funny. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was bad. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are. You shared a confused look with Cove as one. Both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighbourhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the... Yards? What is a yard? Oh god, help. When you're reading a visual novel but you can't read. He ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him. You were confused at the sight of him. You were displeased at the sight of him. I'm gonna go with confused, because I feel like this is like, whoa, hey, what are you doing here? You hadn't expected to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. Oh, he's cute too! 1 yard is 0.9144 meters. Okay, but what's a yard? After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin. Oh my god, he's adorable. Guys, are we gonna have to get the DLC? Are we gonna have to get like all the DLC and try dating everyone? That sounds wrong. As it registered in my head, that sounded like we were trying to date everyone at once. I meant as in like go down each path. Oh god.
Hey.
Hey Guy and pal. Guy and pal. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Oh, he's so cute. Like, I don't want to say it because he's 13, because it feels like I'm not saying it in like a romantic way, despite the fact that this is a romance game. I'm saying it in he's an adorable child. Holy shit. The term Wikipedia says the term yard derives from the Old English "jerd," which was used for branches, staves, and measuring rods. Why are you Wikipedia-ing the word yard? You asked what? But I was asking what a yard was, as in like, because I'd said it like this, right? On accident, I'd said it like that, not like a yard. Yeah, that's what I was asking. I was like, what is that? Why did I say it? It's not even a real word. Anyway. Should have figured you'd be at Saz's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Bro, you need to... Bro, you need to shh. We're both about to combust. But I don't know. What are you talking about? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realised what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made of fruit.
Nice.
Nice. Can I have some? Sure, we could share. I haven't even tried any yet. It's a gift from my family. I can't give it to you. Maybe you can have some later. Well, it is a gift for the family. It'd be kind of rude if I just offer him something that's not only for me. I just thought that was how you said yard in your accent, my man. That's fine. It's fine. It's bound to happen. I'm just gonna say it's a gift for my family. Because, again, I can't exactly be like, hey, yeah, we can share this, and then they come out and it's all gone. Derek pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. Oh, okay. Then he nodded his head, as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right, I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. What? Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. No, the new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Is it Shiloh? Bring back Shiloh, the blessed sunshine child.
Nope.
Came report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbour. Just immediately. Hey. Either that's you or one of your siblings. You got any? That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. It kind of does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly? How do you say that? Naturedly. Naturedly. Help. How does one English? I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go and find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him. What if that freaks him out? He's just like, there's a bigger version of me! Ah! Maybe Cove's mom came back and has a new kid. That would be so painful, but at the same time, he apparently visits her a few weeks every year. I feel like he would have noticed. Possibly. Unless she just so happened to have him with a guy that left as well, and she also has nothing to do with that kid except for a few weeks in the year, but it just so happens to never line up with Cove.
Sure.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'm gonna see who this person is. Drop off the bouquet first, please. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Did you at least put the bouquet down first? Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colours almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, picking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset. He didn't think he was sad, like you'd originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. Oh, angry. You became uncomfortable at the idea of talking to this stranger now. You didn't want to bother him if he was in such a bad mood. Derek didn't feel the same. You're extroverts, am I right? He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! Oh god, he looks pissed. Yo, you good, man? You okay? Is it because of your haircut? I have a strange feeling this is all going to be because of his haircut. He's like, oh shit, all my mother did was put a ball on my head and snip around it. Now I look like an idiot. The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
Oh jeez, that was a deep voice. I wasn't expecting that. You bully? No. Bullying him, that's just the expression I get from him. Like, the image I'm getting is this kid is pissed because his mother cut his hair, like, literally put a ball on his head and cut his hair. She was like, you don't need to go to the hairdresser, I've got this. Did that, and he's like, what? Done this? I don't know, that's just the image I got. I'm sorry. What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? Jesus. I have a feeling maybe he's just moved as well, but his opinion on the matter isn't, I want to go home to mama. It was instead, I hate everyone. I hate the ball. 3.
No.
No, I'm Derek. That's Saz and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighbourhood. Yeah, so, you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid, of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me here. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own? We didn't say that none of us insinuated that we thought you'd just wandered here on your own.
Right.
Right, my dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Oh god. Enemies. Immediate enemies. The introvert and the extrovert. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for real vacation. Probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. Oh god. He's one of them. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. Ugh. Wait. Hi, Kazzy. I will stretch, but who's his family? With the green hair, I have to assume he's related to Cove somehow, and that worries me. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too? Didn't realise you were alive. No. Why? What's up? What's up? What's up, my dude?
I guess.
Oh. Yep. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. He didn't want to go. I would have raided you. Oh. It's fine. It's fine. Jeremy crossed his arm to the hoof. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves. Since they cared so much and left me home, but I'm not allowed to be by myself. Pfft. Makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must stop being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello, you don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down, you don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Oh god, if no one has, someone should. What would my initial response? Let's think. Yeah, I'd probably just go, it must suck being forced to do something. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with that one. As if that does anything. Yeah, what? I just start sobbing. I'm just a nervous wreck, I'm trying, man. You turn to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Yeah. Jeremy must have had good hearing though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Or how long until Saz goes into battle mode? Goes into a full-on fucking Pokemon battle. Dun, dun. Those cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe a bit of both. A little from column A, a little from column B. Come on. Oh wait, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cup? Just slam him with the shade. Do I slam him with the shade or do I say his eyebrows are cool? Because they are kind of cool. I kind of want to slam him with the shade. Slam him with the shade, alright. I can see that when you got a bowl cut. Yep, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's going to do with those things except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he'd look less dumb with no eyebrows. What the fuck? Battle mode initiated. With your fist balled, you make a quick step forward. Oh, I'm ready to end them. Fucking fucking get back home. What's that on your hand? Says blood. What, did you hurt yourself? No. Not me. Anyway. He'd made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. I am a violent child. They each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over. I'll fucking get him. I'll get him, chat. If that's all you can do about what I'm saying is just proving I'm right, you're brainless. I don't give a fuck. You insulted Boo's eyebrow. You were annoyed that the other two were against you on this and got in the way, though the reaction you had been able to get is still worth it. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's word in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Where? What can I throat punch you? Don't stop me this time, Cove. I'm gonna throat punch a man. This is dumb. No, you're dumb. Jeremy stuck his tongue out and skulked to it. Stuck his tongue out? What are you, 5? I thought you were our age, but I guess you're just tall for your age. Yeah. Throwing more sand everywhere as you went, you watched him go hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. Can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, flopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. That's a good point. What would have happened to that poor fruit arrangement if I had actually made contact with that? Fruit, it's everywhere! I don't care! No, I care! Jesus, it's a massacre! You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini-drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the whip. Glancing over the Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Need to save it. Why not? Let's see. We need to pick me up. It's fine. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
Yeah, why not? You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. I can't say no to them when we've just had a near fight on our hands. We're gonna need fuel for the battle ahead, boys. Dig in. Cove grabbed one for himself. After him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. Pineapples. Ew, pineapple. Gross. Strawberries! Let's go! The strawberry was bright red and beckoning you. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. Chompers on that one. This is amazing! It's no different than any other normal fruit. Kinda worse. These have been out in the open with their skin off for a while. Sheesh. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? Yes! Yes! But I remember. I remember! That fruit thing that makes me think of it. Dinosaurs are like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Oh god, they were, weren't they? Oh god. 3 stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. I don't recommend we try it, guys. You know what they say about people who can eat a lot of fruit in a couple of seconds? No, I do not know what they say about a lot of people who can eat fruit in a couple of seconds. Boy, they must really love fruit. Alright, you got me. How was that? Where's this going? You got me. And there was that scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off of them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. I love that movie. Oh, bro, it's been so long. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I don't like that one. That movie's for kids. Eating leaves is good. Should I worry about you? Yo, brush, don't worry about you. Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? That is a good fucking question. Should I say I love that movie or should I question him eating leaves? Oh, I do remember. I love that movie. I loved it so much. Watch party, we watched that film. I don't know if we're allowed. We probably won't be allowed to, right? Unless we did it in Discord, but I don't know how many people would turn up for that. You know what? Let's worry about him. He snickered. No, I'm not gonna do it for real, but I did pretend I was a long neck when I was hit broccoli at one time. Nice. What movie was it? I missed it. The Land Before Time. If anyone remembers that film, thank you. Just thank you for being here and reminiscing with me. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when you went devoid of fruit. Never heard of it? I want to recommend it to you, but obviously it's a really old kids film. So it might not hold up. You know what? I'm going to do it anyway. I recommend you watch The Land Before Time. Specifically the first one, maybe the second one. None past that. Don't do it. Don't put yourself through it. I had a marathon once where I watched 1 to whatever number there was at that point. Never again. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it. It did help you make you feel better. Eating it all hadn't really made you feel better. No, fruit's good. Maybe. I recognise it. Maybe I watched it when I was little. Probably. Eric was right. It was so good you were already brightening up from the earlier drama. Hey, Saz? Yeah? Two of you met eyes casually. Why did you have to put casually like that? It doesn't sound casual when you put the word casually. Were you seriously gonna hit that guy? Yes! Well, he had it coming. Saz, that's so bad. Yeah, well, I'm violent.
I mean...
I thought it was cool. Yeah? Brownie points to Cove, let's go! Oh, you're both crazy people! Hell yeah! You knew when Derek said things like that, it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Holly when? Holly option 1. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, you both ready for summer break? No. Yeah? No? No. I'm not sure. Are you? How's someone supposed to be ready for a break? That is a good question. How is someone supposed to be ready for a break? I mean, it just feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
Hey, Saz! Oh no. Uh-oh. 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 If she's coming to get us, there's only two possibilities. A, we've been called back home. Because we're meeting someone. Or 2, someone has complained to our parents. And I'm about to be scolded. Oh. Oh no. You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. Oh, she wants fruit. Y'all ate it. Probably, actually. Yeah, okay, that's option number 3. She wanted some fruit and it's all gone now. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden brought for it. Chat is number 3. Run. Run for the hills. Chat, run. I've got your back, run. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? It's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. You zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers, dripping in juicy and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, Sansa? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. I know. That's why I said no the first time. Yes, dog. Run. She's after us. And Cove and Derek were wondering how I got a violent streak. This is why. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you're the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. She didn't really just... Oh no. He's just gonna be like... Woo, red. He's gonna be fully red. Seems everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always becomes nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. Sorry, get over it. Well, the morning's been kind of a disaster. We were hungry. It wasn't us, the seagull came down. Oh, why were we not looking? What should I say? My eyes going. She's so jelly. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna be honest. The morning was a disaster. Let me live, sis. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not all placated. Oh no. I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Yes! Chat, run! Let's go! Cove popped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. You stayed... What? Run, chat! Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
Damn right. She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Excellent. Run for the hills! Tactical retreat, boys! Meanwhile, the 3 of you made it to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day! Exactly, but we should keep moving. Yeah, for now at least. Victory! My mum's gonna be so mad when Elizabeth tells this story. Yo, I'm ripped to me when I go home. Victory! You throw your arms up in celebration. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. You'd gotten a bit of a scolding from your mums for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. I mean, if I explained the story to them, they probably would have been like, ah. Yeah, that tracks. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The 3 of them went to get dessert on their own. Ooh, we had the fruit, they went for ice cream. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the event was settled. That was a while ago now, and you know what? That's fair. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Oh, the phone's going off. You drummed your fingers on the surface as you waited. Your gaze trained on the phone. Why? Is someone calling us? Ooh. Except I hate phone conversations. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. 2 of you were the same age and got along well. That's nice. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too. But now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, yikes! It tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. That's kinda oof. That's a big oof, chat. Big oof. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped you make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. Unironically, chat, I had like... What? There was... No, what? Sorry. I was about to say I had like no friends that were female, but then I realised that's a filthy lie. At one school I had a lot of friends that were girls. And then the number sort of dwindled while the number of friends that were boys stayed the same. Is she my only girlfriend, guys? Or... Even though we're family, I have a lot of friends. Even though I'm a nervous freaking wreck. I think it'll be interesting if she's the only girlfriend we have. Plus, she's the only friend. You weren't a girl yourself, so maybe that was why. That tracks. Hashtag forever alone. Wow, thanks, man. Oh wait, was that for you? No, no, that doesn't track. That doesn't track at all. Plenty of other friends. We didn't really have lots of other friends either. Plenty of friends. Let's go. They all just happen to not be girls. Yeah, that's fair. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Hello? Yeah, I'd probably just be like, hello?
Hi!
It's Lee. Oh, Lee's adorable! Lee is so pretty! Aw. She's gonna be real pretty when she grows up. I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it had been never done. No, I mean, I'd kind of works in that sentence, but... In short, English how? Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out... Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Imagine just a cord just reaching from the kitchen to my room. Your mum's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. Your mum's gonna be really for you. You thought that made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. Yeah, that makes sense. It was nice keeping everything in its proper place. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you had arrived, you look at that view, though! Hey. But they're also accurate. Just so accurate. You shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. Took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? Cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Yeah, that's wild. Nothing wrong with a floor. Yeah? Mine's more like a dining chair drub. Does that work? Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Well, in about 10 years' time, it will not be so unbelievable anymore. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd change their minds. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? But wouldn't I still be using the home phone? Too bad that's so far away. Really great! That would be really great! We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least they said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and your ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. Don't be giving me this crisis already. The summer's just started. School is such a big part of your life right now. Oh god. Studying didn't come easily to you, though you tried hard. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. Never tried too much, but you still didn't do that bad. Didn't bother at all in school, and your grades reflected that. Everything in your classes came easily to you. You worked hard for your excellent grades. Yeah, I never tried that much. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't try that much. I mean, like, I did the homework and everything, but other than that, no. Posting by had become routine for you. Teachers had warned you that you wouldn't be able to do that forever, but you figured it was enough for now. Felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hoped to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped them. Your confidence in your grades would remain great. You had no plans to get excellent scores this time around. God, why is it asking me such complex questions about my study schedule? Good lord. I will hydrate now. No, I'm not doing shots. You hoped to do this. You know what? We'll just go with that one. Doesn't matter. My grades don't matter. Fine. I'm almost certain this is what I thought in real life, and maybe Cove isn't into dumb people, but he's already into me, and I am a dumb person. I'm not wrong. Grades weren't the most important thing, no matter how good or bad they ended up being. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. They knew you too well to be fooled. Ah, I see attention problems translate into the video game as well.
What's up?
You sound so spacey, what's up? If the cap fits, wear the Nice. Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to going back. Oh god, no. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's so awful, I hate going. Come on, it's too scary not to think about it. Yeah, I hate going. I get what you mean. So I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some things there. I'm gonna attempt that sentence. Oh god, jeez, hang on. I'm gonna attempt that sentence again. And I nailed that one the second time. More vacation time school, so. You can do some good things there. I did it. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. Gym is pretty great though. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighbourhood. Cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. There's nothing good about my school. Oh jeez, okay. I like learning new things, but I also enjoyed physical education quite a lot. Well, I still think learning things can be cool, so I'm gonna click that one. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people. Wait, what? I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just... Oh, because of the method of teaching PE issues triggered the flashback. Get to see Cove be a stud in gym class? Do you? Oh my god. Oh wait, was that a reason for me picking the gym? Yeah, but maybe I wouldn't tell Lee that. Maybe I would keep that to myself because I'm nervous and embarrassed about it.
Me too.
Oh wait, I get to be like, gym is pretty great as well. Okay, yeah. There was all sorts of sports stuff during gym. Oh yeah. Okay, I get to do both. That's excellent. Oh yeah, it can be fun sometimes. That was all. That's pretty much everything that's good about school. Yep. Okay, point taken.
All right.
Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Like, I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. Want to spend time with people. I've got some new art supplies. Oh, I get to be an artist. Yes. Reading. I'm going to catch up on movies and TV. Probably I'll spend time at the beach. I don't want to do anything on all this vacation. I've got some new art supplies. I can't wait to try them out. I can't wait to see what you make. You lean back in your bed, settling in, as you continued chatting with your friend, even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon. You found plenty to talk about. For one of the events of the day, you sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. I almost punched him in the face. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? A dick. He was mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove, it was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. What? Are we teasing Lee for liking boys? Or your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys. Or maybe just one boy. Oh no. Oh, it backfired, chat. Send help. I see how much you like Cove. Oh no. You got me. Yeah. That's the special case. I don't give him all my attention. You weren't able to say anything to that. Just, yeah. Following now, Lee and Jeremy end up together when they grow up. Oh no. I feel bad for Lee. I genuinely don't know what to say to this. Maybe I just go with the bottom one because I don't know what to say to this. Nah, special case. Lee laughed at your defensiveness, deeply amused. No. You shut your eyes tightly, feeling embarrassed about her reaction. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a brow inch on her. Hey! Hold on now. You knock before you barge into someone's room. You knock before you go into anyone's room, and you have to wait for them to say that you're allowed in. You can't just barge on in. What if I was stalkers? What if I was naked? You need to learn some manners, Missy.
Come on.
How long are you going to hug the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realised that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. You noticed the realisation on your face. Time's up. Gotta go, I'll see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you said your goodbyes to Lee. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. No, get out of the room. I'm still using it. You can't pick me up. Not anymore. You don't get everything in the world. Since you... she can be such a princess. Such a petty little princess. How about get out of my room? Neither do you. Shoot her words back to her. I'm not the one asking for it. You had your turn. Now you want me to get you want to get mine too because you were first? In your dreams, I will get Mom's. I'm just gonna glare at her. Do it then, coward. She glared right back before whipping around and shouting out your door.
Hey!
Mom, Saz won't give me the phone and it's way past my turn. She hollered back up the stairs. Let Elizabeth have her turn. Sharing is caring and all that good stuff. Yeah, you know what the ponies say. And you only get rights to the phone if you use it responsibly. You heard her. Fine. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your mums I said hi too. You'd barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out the room. Your ma's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it! With that, she shut your door behind you. Wouldn't it be behind her? Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. That... Yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to just barge into each other's rooms. They should have scolded her on that as well. Sometime later, oh, it's dark outside. Why does it look like there's a freaking UFO outside my window? What is happening? Oh no. It had gone dark outside and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were scared, confused, annoyed, curious. Curious? I'd go over to that shit. I'd be like, hello? What had caused that noise? E.T. phone home? E.T.? E.T., are you coming to visit? Cocking your head, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Yeah, I figured that's what it was. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Was this a dream? Can't phone home now. Elizabeth is using the phone. It's okay. Pt.2, I will barge into her room. I'll barge into her room and just take it off her. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. Maybe Elizabeth is E.T. Plot twist! Oh my god. That's the secret ending. You hurriedly opened the window. Oh, and now he's just in my room. Mom, there's a boy in my room. Both climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside.
Hey.
Hi, Seth. Hey, listen. We've uncovered the secrets chat. Sensual. Hey. 13. What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? I'm gonna read the rest of the bout, but I gotta do that one. This sure is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing, my dreams have come true. What's up, Romeo? And I needed to talk to you and couldn't wait till tomorrow. Okay. I'm so surprised he didn't react to me calling him Romeo. If I rang the doorbell, I know your mums would have answered and they'd just made me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. I was about to say... If you don't want to talk about it, what are you doing here? Well, besides with you, I mean, but that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mum. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. You're hyped for this? Why are you hyped for this, dog? Why are you hyped for this moment? You shouldn't have done that. Eavesdropping is bad. I would have done that too. You didn't comment on him eavesdropping. Yeah, I would have done that too. Cove looked relieved. A small smile played on his lips. Yeah, it's hard not to spy at least a little. It was about me. Are you going to stay with your mum for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mum for a few weeks. When it happened, varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mum not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. What? Wait, what was this? when is this game set that these kids don't have their own phones? Welcome to the 90s. Yeah, I think it is legitimately like the early 2000s right now. So yeah, that's right. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. Conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. I was about to say emotions, so I guess it works. Did she say what she would do? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mum a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. No way, it's early 2000s. You have a flat screen monitor. I don't know if that's flat. That looks chunky to me. If it was flat, there'd be less border. Maybe mid-2000s then. Mid to late 2000s. It's definitely not anywhere near the 2020s. No, I'm not on about this bit. I'm on about this bit is too chunky. To me, that screams an older monitor. Not like the... I'm not on about like the big box monitors. They weren't like that for a lot of the time in the early 2000s. They did thin out. They were expensive though, but to be fair, have you seen the house we live in? We could probably afford it. One of my monitors has border like that. How old is your monitor? That is a 2002 model, I swear to God. Right, see? Early 2000s. Yeah, I'm either your monitor is quite a few years old. Like 10 years? Exactly. They didn't start thinning out until, well, 10 years ago. Probably. But that is pretty accurate for early 2000s. I would know. We had one. Can't confirm. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon you were going to see Cove's mum in person. Maybe. That's very presumptuous. You might never see her. 10 years ago was 2013. Yeah, but they had to build up to flatness. You know? They had to build up to the flatness. All I'm saying is, to me that's... Oh, what did I just do? How did I do that? What did I just do? Oh, I don't know how I did that, but I did that. Anyway, what I'm saying is this is a pretty old monitor. Also, they were mentioning the land before time. Do you know how old the land before time is? This is very old. If it's not mid 2000s, it's probably late 2000s. Not like 2010 would probably be the latest, I would say. 89? Oh god, don't tell me. Don't tell me how old it is. That wasn't the question. Don't tell me how old it is. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features painted with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the room long enough to have lunch, now we're gonna be all together again. The three of us, after all this time? Just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and I don't know I feel really bad for feeling this way. Daz, it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. Oh no, he's gonna cry again! No, it's coming! That's when my sis was to insert crying. Oh. No, Doc. All the hugs to Doc. If I could hug you, I would hug you. I'd wrap you in my tails. That would be comfy, right? You made rest in my tails, my child. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. Nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. You can deal with this. Sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. I don't know what to say. No, a tough one. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. This is hard to deal with. Yeah. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Yeah, we did it. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marvelled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. She's 21 years older than me, and she looks younger than me. Wait, seriously? How? You look super young though. How does... Right? The mini debacle, Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighbourhood being so rude. And as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mum would be living with Cove and his dad again. If just for a few weeks. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Oh god, that is such a mood. Oh, that is such a sentence. You should not say things like that. They're gonna give us people crisis. I'm gonna have a crisis any second now. Daz? The sound of your name said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
Huh? Why are you asking me if I haven't just randomly started crying, have I? Yeah, I'm okay. You meant it. Yeah, I'm okay. Didn't mean it. Oh god, that one's a mood. No, I'm not. I don't know. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. Wow, things kind of bad for everyone, huh? I'm not worried about you, buddy. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Both grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Aww. Wishes. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. Okay, well, they seemed to sparkle with his smile. Well then. Well then. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer, just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? You can stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit of this. I've got a flashlight and some cards, you in? Of course, we can always stay here, Cove. I've got a flashlight and some cards, you in, buddy? You shifted from one foot to another, hoping you'd said the right thing. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. I say nothing. You felt a little better at the sight, somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was there. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. What? That seemed like really... That seemed specific. That seemed like foreshadowing. Is there going to be a moment where we somewhat regret meeting him? Is there going to be a moment where he hurts us so bad that we, for a moment, regret meeting him? Oh dear. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. Oh, Jesus! That's very close. That wasn't a little closer, that was... Our faces are like... right there. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mum and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. Throwback to part 1, we hug him! Whoop! You moved closer and wrapped your arms around him. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Both froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and you returned your hug. Yay! I think that was better than the first time. I'm pretty sure you freaked out the first time. Not like visibly, but like you could feel it. The two of you remain like that for... Why did his mouth open? Why is his mouth open? Yeah, that was kind of creepy. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get to your usual candor. Candor? Candor. I don't know. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided two of you would have to part ways. And you knew Cove felt the same. If this isn't heavy foreshadowing, I don't know what is. I don't know what. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your peachy skin. Oh, thank you. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realising with a start that it was actually morning. Couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. I got the most adorable image in my head of just us being asleep and Cove just sat smiling at us, just like, Bestie, I have a crush on. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognisable mop of pale green. He did not go home, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He did not go home. I was like, oh yeah, he sneaked out in the middle of the night. Nope, he's fucking gone as well. He never left, he was still there in the morning. Yeah, I'm a laugh. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. Aww, that's adorable. With your laugh, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from his source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. Yikes! Fucking rip, bro. Rip. I hope he didn't just bust his nose open. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. You laughed even more. Are you okay? You helped him up. My mum's gonna hear it. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep laughing. Cove gave you an unappreciative look, but you couldn't help it. That was just too funny. Yep. If either of your mums found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh my god. Yeah, I fell asleep. No, duh. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. We're gonna be in so much trouble. Calm down, settle down for Mum's here. You didn't say anything. It's gonna... I kind of want to be a little shit and just be like, we're gonna be in so much trouble. It's gonna be alright. Yeah, it's fine. Just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare with turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this had played out, but hoped that was true. Bye. At that, you were suddenly wrapped in a tense embrace. He hugged us! Progress! Progress! Anyway. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks. Again. You're a good friend, Saz. A really good friend. Why are you pulling that face while saying a really good friend? You know, that's kind of awkward, bro. You're broken. Can you stop? He firmly whispered the words in the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. Aww. Wait, so if I had gone with the short option, would it have been on the top of my head? Because that sounds really cute, actually. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond, or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with salty scent. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. Gotta cheer him on. Why not? I know you can do it! You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. Imagine if I did that and just rolled out the window like, oh fuck! He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. He grinned at the sight of his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. Imagine if that was the end of... he's gone! Oh god! That would actually, you know what, that'd be actually horrifying. That's the captain point. That would be horrifying. Imagine lean out the window to watch him successfully get down the thing and you just watch him perish. And then you're just like... I should have suggested he gone out the door. Why didn't I suggest he go out the door? Oh my fucking... You have to admit that you're pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. We're going to attempt that later, aren't we? At some point in this story, we're going to attempt that and just completely flop onto our faces. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. I'm gonna get downstairs and they're all just gonna be like, so Cove was over. Check yourself in the mirror, put on your slippers, made your bed. I just left. I don't do any of that shit. It was too early to do anything else. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You stopped in your tracks, heart pounding in your chest as you wondered if she could see the sweat that was building around your temples. Yes? Shrugged it off, you climbed up. Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry. You excited blurted it out. You folded. Yeah, I shrug it off. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. Can you imagine how awkward that would have been? Hey Bex, how you doing? Welcome in everybody! Thank you for the raid! How was the stream? It looked like you were getting away with that. Nice. Breakfast was eaten in peace, and alone. Your mums were both out by the time you'd gone up. Aww. OC creations. We also made an OC for chat.
I am the hype!
Nice. You made an OC for chat. Can I see? I'd love to see it. Yeah, it was super chill. Nice. Hope the games are going well. Yeah, we're fumbling through teenage years. we are a teenager and we're struggling. It's good. All the hype for the Raiders. Let's go. But yes, you have to send me the OCs in chat. Well, not in... Well, you know what I mean. Not in this chat, in Discord. My brain has been malfunctioning for hours. Send help. Anyway, they had left you to a serving of food from the breakfast they made Hash browns, an omelette, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. Yes, that sounds delicious. Thank you, mothers. See the plush? What plush? Oh, have you already sent them? Yes, and yes, I will make yours too. You'll make me one? Maybe. Wait, I get one? I get one. Aww! That is so cute! Oh, that's actually adorable! That is so cute. Oh, he's messaging. Whoa. Oh, took a little bit of everything. Passed on some parts because they weren't things you liked. Passed on some parts. You passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid animal products. Oh god, no, don't make me a vegan or vegetarian. No, I like meat. Bit of everything. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was variety in your meals your mom's made. Hell yeah. Oh damn. Interesting. I like the progress you have made, Bex. Very nice. They lazily drifted by at home and eventually our parents returned. Oh, so I just sat at home just like, oh no. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment before grabbing a bottle of ice cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon and you had decided to head outdoors to find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. Yeah, gonna do a bodysuit and fishnets. Ooh. Cat decided they want a booba window. Oh my. Spicy. That sounds really pretty though. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Saz! Confused, you look over to where an unrecognisable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. Oh god, am I about to be kidnapped? I'm back to demon, let's rebel. Hell yeah! The demon and the fox. It's like the fox and the hound, but it's the fox and the demon. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school, or from the country club your mums took you to. You had absolutely no idea who this woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oh my, that is severely green hair. Oh, that's Cove's mum. Holy Ooh. Ooh, boys. Oh, damn. Oh my god, she does not look old enough to have a child. She looks like she's 18, 19. Well, still Nightmare, but definitely more demonic looking. Fair enough. Oops, I'm sorry, was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? Oh, she took off the glasses and you can see it! You can see it in her eyes! Holy shit! You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point to the condo across the street from your own house. He was Cove's mum! You didn't know why you hadn't realised sooner. Now that you got a good look at her, she seemed nice, she seemed sort of strange. She looked really young. It made sense that she was Cove's mum. She felt so different from Cove. She was super pretty. She is super pretty. She is so pretty. But I'm gonna go with the young thing. It was almost hard to believe she had a 13-year-old kid. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken back that she had appeared here so suddenly. Both mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. Oh dear. This could go very poorly. He's gonna get home. He got home, got ready for the day, is about to leave the house to pretend that he didn't just get home and be like, Mom? Mother? Nani? She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kira Reese. You can call me Kira. Kyra? Kira. Kyra? How do I pronounce that, chap? I have no idea. How do I pronounce that? Oh, maybe it's Kyra. Because it's kind of like Kylie. Yeah, I'm gonna go Kyra. Purely because of Kylie. Yeah. We all seem to be agreeing. Okay. Kyra. Shook her hand, you didn't shake her hand. I guess I will shake your hand. You reached out and took her hand and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. You already know my name?
That I do.
Cove's mentioned you to me before. Nice to officially meet you, Saz. Has it been nice things? Cove talked to you about his mum. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. Well, yeah, of course he wouldn't. That would be awkward, wouldn't it? I talk to my mum about you all the time. Sorry? What? Like, what? What has he said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you too, you kept quiet. Nice to meet you too. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove's exit in his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mum also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side. Shide? She's on the short side. For an adult, anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
There you are! I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eyes as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. That is never a good sign. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. The snore? What? Stop bullying his dad. His dad is cool. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Saz. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. He's like, please, save me. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that.
Any whoosies.
It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighbourly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Oh god, I hate that. Disgusting. I can't get over how bright her hair is. Really pretty. Why is she so pretty? She's an ass. Kyra walked ahead towards your house and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. Sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in close and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mum showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise and I guess I was surprised. It's gonna be here all summer. Oh god, no! Oh! Raising a child 101. You do not force them into these kinds of situations. Especially if they seem to not want to interact with either one of them. Oh. You ease them into it. You don't slam them into it, you know? No, it's not how it works. In fact, that's not just for raising a kid, that's just for anyone. Do not slam them into something unexpectedly. Holy. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too? Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you, if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little I thought I said in grief. No, not in grief. In relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mum had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Why am I standing behind her? Open the door and be like, Ma. Help. Strange lady. Mum answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifted in surprise at the group she found in the front door in front of her. You realised that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mum who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realisation seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
I see you've met my kid Zaz, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Yes! Mum is a jokester, let's go! Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humour. No, that was beautiful, that wasn't weird. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mum. So nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Ma popped up behind Mum, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. Yes, Kyra. I don't know why my brain just went, no, Kira. No, it's Kyra. What? Kyra, the two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Saz, Cove. Cove smiled at Mal shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway, why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Saz went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
Hope you all have fun. No. You gave your mums a look and they smiled at you fondly. No, mothers, please. Now is not the time. You were happy they were letting you go. You were annoyed they agreed just like that. No, I'm happy, man. You could tell that Cove really needed the support and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. There's something, I don't know, there's something about her. She seems tricky. Like a sneaky snake. There's something, I don't know, there's something about her. Like, she's pretty, but it's like, specifically. You know what I mean? Like, it feels, I want to say targeted, but I don't think that's the right one either. You get what I mean, right? Right? Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door being closed behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi. Not too far from here. Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. Oh, the sass. It begins immediately. Oh no. It was kind of strange to see Cove give someone this much attitude. If he wasn't in the mood to be nice, he generally just kept to himself. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Saz? Want to point me in the right direction? Not overly. You shrugged. Not really. Sure, I have a couple of favourites. You nodded. I'm gonna just nod. You'd been to a lot of places in town, so you knew a couple of good ones. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mum's favourite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us since Cove is going through a phase over there. Oh god. Oh, is she the kind that just doesn't understand that other people have emotions? It seems like she's the kind that doesn't understand that people have emotions. It's gonna be painful, isn't it? Oh no. He huffed her and turned his face away. Yeah, your face is still pretty much turned towards her. Chinese restaurant, the tropical theme place. You insisted Cove contribute to the decision. You insisted Kyra decide. She seems to like tropical things, so we're gonna go tropical. It's not a phase, Mom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saz. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mum followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighbourhood behind. This is such an awkward group of people. I'm like, new person, don't want to interact. Cove's like, mother, don't want to interact. And the woman's just like, I'm gonna just do my own thing and they can talk to me if they want to. Walk us by 50. So much hype! Ah! What are you hyped for, Doc? The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Oh god, no, human interaction. Okay, that one spooked me now. Ah, it's coming around! Haha! Karma. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset, but oh no. Oh no. Why do I have a strange feeling she's gonna turn around and be like, you know what, maybe I will live here, and Cove is just gonna regress back into his shell. It was like, yeah, back into my shell I go, yeah. I don't know where that came from, but you've got it now. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Snail mode activate. Kyra lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Let's see. To start, what would you like? What would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda.
Noted.
Taz? Just water, soda, milk, juice, coffee. Milk. I'm a growing boy. What? Which type? Oh, I get to pick? I want a strawberry milk. I want strawberry. Kyra placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself. And it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kyra and Cove didn't have any encouragement for this. You were totally focused on the information in front of them. Oh, they were totally okay. Ah, God. Pardon, but I needed to burp there. That was a painful one. Soon the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. I didn't get to choose my food. Depresso espresso. For me, please. You glanced at the table service, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were incorrigible. Oh, unignorable. Why did I say incorrigible? That was nowhere near unignorable. Help. What are words, really? What are words? Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you. Oh no. Can you have mercy on me and just look to like one of these potted plants or something?
So
Sass, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something fun you do for fun. Especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Oh Jesus, okay. The Cove. I'm sorry, the first thing she asks is what are you into? And you just go, I'm really on a Cove. I'm just completely out with it, you know what? I'm into Cove. I spent time on art. Do I get multiple options? If I get multiple options, I'm 100% choosing that. Like, I like digital art. My computer at home doesn't really have all the programs I need. Try it. I filled out a lot of sketchbooks. And, oh, I do get to pick. Oh, and there's the bottom one. Oh, I get to just unload on this woman. Music. Oh, instrument. I listen to a lot of it. Play the piano, play the drums, play the... You know what? I've always wanted to play guitar. In this virtual world, I will play the guitar. I'm getting really good at it. I listen to a lot of music. I have an MP3 player at home that my mum helps me put some music on, and I've seen some concerts. Awesome! And... oh, you know. And... you know, don't give me that list of things. That's disgusting. I like to read, like to watch. Games are fun. I like to play. Oh, games are fun. I like to play video games. I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. And I go to the beach. And swim. You must be a strong swimmer since you live so close to the ocean. I find the water a little scary, but I still like to dip my toes sometimes. Build sandcastles? That sounds like a lot of fun. Walk along the shore? That's a nice way to relax. I hope to be able to spend some more time on the shore while I'm here myself. And I'm into sports, like volleyball! That makes sense. I'll bet there's a lot of that on the beach near here. Basketball. We drove past a big court when I was in the taxi. It looked very popular. Oh, Jesus. Football! I play football, it's great. Oh wait, but this is American. That probably made it think American football. No. I mean soccer. And I don't to course. Oh, a sudden laugh and Cove gasps up beside you. It was dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. Worth it! Worth it, worth it, worth it! You felt your cheeks going red. You had meant it in a normal way, but it had sounded weird saying it out loud. What was it? No, he's my friend. He's my friend. As a friend. We're friends? Platonic. Saz! Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but Kyra only waved him off and encouraged you to go. He's like dying of embarrassment. You missed it, what happened? I said, she was like, so what do you like to do? What are you into? And then the last thing I put was, I'm really into Cove. I love that that's an option. That's so funny. All I meant was I like hanging out with Cove. That's it. Well, we have something in common. Kyra smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at that moment. So... it was too funny to pass up. I loaded all of my other hobbies onto her and then just went, you know what? Yep. And I didn't say anything else. Thanks, I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Kyra laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all this way to embarrass my son. Too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again and you glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. Wait. So she was calling her ex a workaholic, but she's probably never home enough herself because she has to travel for work. No wonder they had a fight and divorced. You can't blame someone's a workaholic if you you can't bully someone for going to, like, what? That makes no sense. That makes I'm not about to ask that. That is so awkward and wrong. I'm not about to ask that. What do you like to do? Spend time with a little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? spend time with your little boy? If you like to spend time with your little boy, why does he live with his father? And you only see him for a few weeks every year. That's not how that works. You're a liar. You are lying to me. You think a 13-year-old won't pick up on this? Joke's on you. I'm not 13. I'm on to you. I'm really on to you. Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? No. I haven't been out of Sunset Herb. You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Yeah, I'm done. Didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Well, I meant it that way, but the in-game me didn't mean it that way. Slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows, he looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. I'm sorry. It was a bad idea. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You flicked a straw. I'm just gonna smile at him. Cove eventually noticed you watching him. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. Yeah, we did it! Woo!
Very cute.
You two seem really cute together. Oh, and it's ruined. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Why would you say that? Thanks, we are cute. You can just be very much straightforward with it, like, yes, I do have a crush on your son, and yes, we are adorable together. Actually, I bet that we will be a beautiful couple in 10 years' time. I'm just gonna blush. Were the two of you really cute together? Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious, even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
Why does he not usually? Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain please why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Oh, don't bring it up now, he was just getting happier. Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mum do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. He could have told me. He leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, that you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. Cove's eyebrows began to shake, and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything.
I see.
Ah. Why does she look like she's about to whip us? Cove, grab the leftovers and run. Grab the leftovers in a little doggy bag. Run. Actually, no, scrap the doggy bag. That takes too much time. Run. Fucking run. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. What the hell does that mean? Oh, is that his dad? Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until Clifford the big red dog! Oh, let's go! She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Oh. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards. Wait, so he's not upset with his mum? Wait, now I'm confused. What is happening with this family? And I'm so lost.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option.
I mean...
I think I do want you to stay. I miss when you're not there. Aww. I think he was expecting to travel to her and he was left out his dad. But his dad invited her. That's what I was thinking it was, but then my brain just kept going and I'm like, the mystery was unsolved, was solved and I just unsolved it. Like someone gave me a done Rubik's Cube and I just went, and if I spin it a little bit, why isn't it done? You know what I mean? My heart! She reached across the gap, grabbed his face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mum, stop! I'm sorry, sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mum license. Okay, she seems... Now that that's, like, clear, she seems nicer in my head, but I still can't get over, like, there's something about her that just makes my brain go, nope, nope, red flag, red flag, red flag. I don't know what it is. Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too? No. Oh, okay, very angry with that one. Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand, we can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Saz. What did I do? I just sort of asked shit and ate food. All I did essentially was dump info about myself and then eat. Huh? What did I do? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. It's easy to act like a baby with your mum. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbour watching everything. Especially when you really care about what that neighbour thinks of you. Oh, what? What? She winked. Mom! He just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mum. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighbourhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. How late did I sleep in? Good lord. Yo, Cove, what time was it when you got home? Can you tell me? Dear lord. Oh, there he is. Yo, his hair's down. Nice. Eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family, and Saz too. Oh, don't call them family. That's kind of weird, Cove's dad. Cove's why do you still say Cove's dad? I know his name. So don't call them family. Yeah, that feels wrong. That feels wrong on so many levels. I get what he's trying to do, but
Huh.
Cliff. Uh-oh. Oh shit, that's his dad? Yeah. Alright, you weren't here for that. Yeah. Dad? Oh, they're about to double team him. They're about to kick the shit out of this guy. Two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. Aw, he still likes her. He likes her and he loves his son. Aw. He's so much like his mum, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Sal. You're just gonna leave me on the street? Or if I get kidnapped? I know I live across the street, but like, come on now. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Imagine we take one step, we just hear screaming inside the house. Like, what the f? Some hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighbourhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both of your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Oh! We're at the end of the chapter. Oh. Well, we gotta do all the side stuff as well, right? family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the truck before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, and a bunch of carrots and even half a watermelon. Oh, they need to stop showing me my parents. Good lord. Mark him out the front door and pause just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that, Saz? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. Yes, please. It would be helpful. Yes, please. It was just too heavy. Nope, I got it. You're doing just fine. Nope, I've got it. You could just manage to hold it. You eagerly agreed with a nod of your head. You needed someone else to take it. Didn't say anything. You finished job on your own. Nah, I got it. Even if it was large, it wasn't really any problem for you. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your hair. Oh, it specifically mentions my hair colour. Nice. My orange hair. Ooh. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away groceries, and you retreated out the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
Careful, Saz. Why, you hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mum, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. You run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. Oh, I'm 13. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma had started organising what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the truck beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze.
That's a shame.
Shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping centre. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. It's too bright. Yeah, it is. Days like today are my favourite. It's too hot. I wish it was raining. I like it when it's stormy best. Yas, Queen, yas! You thought of the past winter, remembering the nip of cool air that would travel off the sea. It didn't snow in Sunset, but we need to move. We need to leave. We need to go right now. I'm booking it. I'll use my own computer. I will get the apartment or house or whatever. We're going. We're out. We're gone. Done. No snow in Sunset, burb. How dare. But being wrapped up in bed and listening to the thunder and lightning gave you a certain sense of peace. At least it's thunder and lightning. Oh, what is happening? What? I think if I scroll upwards, it takes me back up the log, which kind of makes sense, but like, I wish it wouldn't because I keep doing it on accident and freaking out. I'm impressed you can enjoy something like that. It's a good way to think. You smiled at her, turning back to the trunk to help out with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove! I like how there was 3 dots, just like, I sense something behind me. You noticed Mum wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under his arm. Is he about to be in surf gear? Let me see, surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Wow, I wonder. That's kind of an adorable sight, let's be honest. Both instantly startled, and not having realised your family was also out here, even though your mum was the one who called out, you were the one he looked at. No one else exists on this street, it's just me. He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement and properly say hello to you and your parents. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. He's so adorable. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. I think that's what he's trying not to do. Don't stress him out further. Mum chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it.
Pam!
Please, go easy on him. Cove winced. Sorry. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Hi, Cove. Just in the middle of the conversation. Hello. He had relaxed a lot when Ma spoke to him, but the rigidity came back as soon as you said something.
Hey.
His voice is so soft and cute. Both managed to grin, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Oh, come on now. You want to come hang out there later? You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Oh, yeah, I could do that. Alright, I can't this time. No. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Cool. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly ready to burst. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help?
No, no, no.
No, this is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Saz can catch up as soon as they are finished here. Alright, I'll see you. I like how he's genuinely being nice and Mum's just like, no. No. As nice as you walk up. No. Yeah, bye for now. Both headed on down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. Aww, adorable. It was really cute. Yeah, it was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you might be joining him. Not that you'd be joining him later. Why did I say might? Why would I might be joining him? I said I'd join him. You'd be joining him soon. You sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Both of you need to calm down. Both of you stop it right now. Ma! Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie?
Shush.
It's different. Mum's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive and he can't hear it. What does it mean by his Zoroark? It means Hisuian, which is the Legends Arceus region. So the ghost normal type Zoroark. Mum full on laughed that time.
Lonnie.
You're the worst of us when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Why? That's so rude. Meddler, but you have a point. Right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. You had a surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. Your family had a surfboard around here somewhere. You weren't sure that you were going to do. He was surfing and you didn't know how. Yeah, if I lived by the beach, I've probably got my own. You'd been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It's always ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach.
Have fun.
Yeah! Stay safe! Let's go! Surfing! Yeah, I've never done it in real life, Chad. I'm living vicariously through this character. When you arrive at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of ocean air and felt the felt your peachy skin warm in the sun. Jesus, I can't speak. Also, I just realised this. Is it going to give us a dramatic shot of him surfing? Like, is he already mid-surf and are we about to witness one? Like, is it going to give us a shot? You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen and a bottle of water. Must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet, damn. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You walked up beside him. Hi, I made it! Saz! Whoa, his glasses are... Damn. Anyway, he looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. Yeah, I mean, it took a while. There was a lot of shopping left. I wouldn't have missed it. Sorry you had to wait. And stay inside all day? I don't think so. No, sorry you had to wait. You don't have to say that, it's okay. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. Oh, I'm not that good at surfing. I'm ready to get in there. Want to have a competition? Will you give me some tips? I'm ready to get in there. Why not? Me too, let's go. That was an adorable laugh. I'm so sorry I covered that up with my voice. But that was adorable. Rock him to do it again. There we go, I made him do it again. Excellent. I've learnt the hack. You tucked your board under your arm and nodded at him, and the two of you ran into the water together. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin. Nice. Oh, there it is. Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you and you couldn't help but smile back. He felt totally content. Told you we'd get a shot. I mean, it's not an action shot of him on a wave. But we might get one. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey. Sorry. The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. Splashing back. He laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. It quickly devolved into a splash war. You had no idea who was winning at the point when the ocean decided to throw its weight around and douse you both with a tall wave. Cove laughed, his smile infectious. You couldn't help but join in. Draw? Nah, I totally won. I'd say you won that. Yeah, just agree on the draw. No fighting here. You nodded at one another from your boards, bringing the war to a peaceful end. Cove pointed out to the distance. You followed your finger to see some nice-looking waves. Okay, let's get going. You agreed. No doubt there was room for you to do something good. You were ready to have some fun. You started taking on waves. Yeah, that was really cute, wasn't it? Started taking on waves. Cove's tried out a few tricks and you got into the rhythm of finding just the right waves. Have you ever thought of what the fish and other ocean animals think we're doing here? Have you?
Not really.
If you haven't, why have you asked me? Cove is baby, I swear to God. Yeah, right? Okay. It seems that was all he was going to say on the topic. You started to turn away to paddle to the next wave, but he spoke again. Oh, that's weird. Cove reached into the water and pulled out something small and brown. Was it a tiny stick? Chat. If you ever go to the seaside or any body of water and you see something brown in the water, unless that shit moves and is clearly alive, don't touch it. All I'm saying. All I'm saying. A clothespin? Cove looked at it with disbelief. He blinked slowly. Then he raised the clothespin with a mischievous look at his eye. I guess it's needed. How else would dolphins hang up their flippers? They've got to be stored somehow. Oh my god. This fucking guy. I love it. That was terrible on any scale. Please don't. You're adorable. I'm not sure that even counts as a pun. I love it. No, I immediately said I love it. I have to go with that one. You have good taste. Thank you. You played around for the rest of the afternoon and kept chatting in between the waves. You thought about how you had surfed today. I rocked it. The waves loved you today. Did pretty good. Definitely improving. You were okay today. Nothing special. You were reminded there was a reason why you needed practice. I'm definitely improving. A while ago you never would have been able to ride some of today's waves. You really were learning. Kept this up. You knew how good you'd be at the end of the summer. Wait, who knew how good you'd be? Not you knew you'd be. Both gave you a lot of encouragement about your performance. What an afternoon. Setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colours were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. Oh, this is getting very romantic. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Both broke the silence, with a little blush on his face, I see. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, totally. He nodded mildly. You've gotten so good. No, stop that. Stop with the compliment. Nope. You couldn't help but smile at the praise. It meant a lot coming from him. Oh, did it now? You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over. Not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exit in the sky was a personal affair. Don't you think it should be longer? Not long enough to me. Only shrugs express your feelings on the matter. Yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach, and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug this surfboard around town either. You've been real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go, bro. Well, I need to call it a night. Yeah, I want to do something too. We'll sure be welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. I want to do something too, even though this one's pretty funny. Cove nodded with a smile. Then he looked down the shore with wide shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. Tag along. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though it didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. You stuffed everything in quickly. You took your time to pack your bag. Well, he wants to spend as much time in the sun as possible, so I guess I'll stuff it quickly because I don't care. I'm done, Cove. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. As a final touch, Cove plucked his glasses off the beach, then put them back on his face. He looked more like himself now. He led the way down to the beach to the park. It wasn't far since it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard right up in the sand and tossed his towel over the top. By now the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. We definitely need a shower when we get in. Bath or something. Preferably shower. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You had also outgrown the monkey bars. You were way too tall to play on them properly anymore. When he got to the bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up through and then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. Where should we sit, chap? Or should we just stand? Be awkward. Personally, I would sit on the swing, but I can see the monkey bars having a cute interaction with them. No, we'll go with the monkey bars, because I can see a cute interaction being with them. You didn't even have to stretch to pull yourself up. It was a rather tall seat to clamber on, but it worked. Cove scooted over to give you more room to spread out. These monkey bars weren't made for two teens sitting on top of them. Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. You don't say. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
Can't believe how dumb my parents have forced me to come to this stupid place. You were taken back and blinked for a second before you realised he was quoting Jeremy. Don't scare me like that one, Jeremy isn't it? My parents don't know anything. No, I have a strange feeling he's gonna walk up any fucking second. Don't scare me like that, one's enough. Cove chuckled back at you, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You looked around the old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been his choice. Do I just leave this? I don't want to bring it up because that's kind of hot. Oh, I'm not going to bring it up. He ended it. I don't blame Sunset Bird for my problems. You stared at him. Both kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. This is a nice place. Yay. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Woo! He likes it here, chat. Let's go! Yeah, I like it too. Well, at least one person likes it. He nodded wordlessly. Well, of course, I'm here after all. You're the best thing in the neighbourhood, Cove. I kind of want to do this one. Well, of course, I'm here. You know what? Yeah, sure. Cove flushed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running in flame. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I like nighttime, so I'm not going to wish the days were longer. I'm just going to not say anything. He sat in darkened silence. Both shifted positions so that his back was on the monkey bars and he could look up at the stars. You wondered how comfortable that could be. Look at the moon, it's so clear tonight. You glanced up and saw a great gibbous moon. Gibbous! It's a great gibbous! Swelling over the sky. Few clouds covered the sparkling stars above. Too bad we can't stay forever. Both sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Like a ninja! I am now a ninja! Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Cove? I just remember when we were younger. It used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your mums and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permissions for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Saz. Bye! It was nice seeing you. This was definitely an interesting experience. Yep, thanks for the awesome day. Yeah, let's do that one. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought? Oh, I was waiting for something to happen. Hey Johnny, how's it going? Growing, oh no, am I about to get taller? Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. Nothing changed, still horrible. How about you? I'm sorry to hear that, Johnny. So we're here for you, okay? And I'm good. I've been having a lot of fun with this game. I hope chat has as well. You, your mums and sister were lounging around while the TV blared in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. Yeah, that's a mood. You specifically were lying spread eagle on the carpet, sitting cross-legged on the floor, perched on the arm of the couch, draped over the coffee. I'm gonna be spread eagle on the carpet. You stared up at the ceiling, your eyes unfocused and mind clear of all thought. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. Ugh, I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mum looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetheart. Mal got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller by next fall.
NANI?!
That was perfectly timed and genuinely scared me. Nice. Hi Doc, how you doing? Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mum walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids, if she feels like it. She sniffed loudly and wiped her eye, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head, even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys. It was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mum must agree with you, because she shook her head.
Now.
Let's not exaggerate, she's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely, we're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way, I'm not talking to my mums about that. Mum's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exasperated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. You're fair. I'm surprisingly calm. Nice. Mum snorted at her own joke while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up.
Thanks.
I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mum stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops, looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk.
Well?
Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously, your mum's liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. It was the first time you'd heard her say something like that. Ma, you like guys and girls? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mum most out of everyone. She's special. Ma smiled and turned all soft in the corners. Oh, look at them. Look at the lesbians. The lesbians. Like it usually did when she looked at her, she pinched Mum's cheek lightly. Mum reached up to cup her hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together. Aww.
You're fantastic.
Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you.
Aww.
Aw, Pam. Ma beamed, then kissed Mum on the cheek she'd been pinching before. You cringed parents were embarrassing. Oh, it's very sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your mums express their feelings for each other, it's always so nice to witness. Ma looked at you, letting Mum's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you and Mum followed suit afterward. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, right. I got very confused for a second there. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. The offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone. Isn't that right, or not? The turns have tabled. The turns have tabled! Mum shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. I'm just gonna blush. Ma only giggled and smiled, not looking the least bit apologetic. There's no rush, of course. We can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mum nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. And silently nod. You weren't sure what to say to that. Mum let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take genius to realise it was fake. First Elizabeth and now you, says. Do you have to grow up? Yes. Children tend to do that from time to time. God, I love my parents. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. Somehow. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside and you'd just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by. You thought back to the conversation you'd had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared at it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing, alright. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it was getting some muscle definition. Was chubby, was slender, was heavy set, was sort of scrawny. I'm just gonna go slender. You want muscle? Okay, I want muscle. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. At birth you were assigned female, and at birth you were assigned male, and you were born intersex. No, at first you were born female. Unfortunate. Hydrate, yay! I get liquids. Woo! I like this sentence. I just read it while I was drinking and I like it. What you were born as impacted the way your body grew, but it wasn't what really determined who you were. That is a life quote, if I've ever fucking heard one. Everyone needs to remember that. Doesn't matter what you were born as, it doesn't determine who you are. You did that. You determine who you are. When it came to your figure, chest was flat now, but that would likely change at least a little as you got even older. Starting to develop. Not really had noticeable. Aimed not to have hormone therapy. 13. I already had boobies. I'm not gonna lie, 13, I already had them. There's no mistaking it, even with your shirt helping to obscure your form, you had boobs now. Booba! I have booba! You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, you thought you looked fantastic. You look fantastic, darling. Didn't look too bad. You had no idea how to feel. You were simply neutral. You were self-conscious, you just wanted to look different than you did. Alright, I didn't look bad. Alright. A slight smile tugged at your mouth. Sure, maybe you wouldn't be a model or anything, but you weren't half bad. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over your bed, collapsing onto the mattress. Your brow scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mum call you from downstairs. Saz, there's a call for you. Cove wants to come over, is that alright? Is he also bored in this heat? You perked up at the words sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately. Yeah? You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Wait, it's only lunchtime? Oh, Jesus. We gotta deal with this heat for longer. Oh, no. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mum put the phone back on the receiver. You glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
What a pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mum's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Yo, you ain't wrong though. Oh, I know, he's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school gets egging Saz on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that they'd do the right thing in the end. Wait, what? Stranger or some kid from school was egging Saz on to behave badly. Oh, right, okay. That took me a moment. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Saz to be a part of the can we really be certain of what they'd make then? Yo, why are you calling me out like that, Mum? Yo, I've already tried to punch someone in his defense. Don't call me out like this, bro.
Yes.
Yes, I think so. That helps Cove settle down. He would have gotten himself into even more trouble without them.
Thanks.
You have a point. Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise and waved at you with an easy grin. Mum looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Saz. I just wanted to let you know what's been happening. I'll pretend I didn't hear shit. Yeah, it's okay, I just got here. From the way Mum and Ma exchanged amused glances, you got the feeling that they didn't believe you. Thankfully, they didn't correctly accuse you of lying. Yeah, I didn't hear shit, Mum. And you didn't hear shit about me trying to punch a boy. Sure, well, we'll just get out of the way. You and Cove take care. You couldn't help but flush when Ma winked. Mum elbowed her even as a smile tugged at her lips. Honestly, this lady. My mums are great, bro. I love my mums. Both in-game and real life. Your mums whispered amongst themselves as they went down the hall. Eventually you heard the faint sound of their bedroom door shutting. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house long ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbour was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside enough to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. With a wave with a low five. With a nudge to his shoulder with a nuggie with a hug. I'm gonna give this bitch a low five, let's go. You held out your hand and Cove stopped waving to hit it. You grinned at the satisfying smack the contact produced. Hell yeah. We go with low fives in this household. I must go, sorry, have a good stream and have a good day / night. Alright, Johnny. I hope you feel better soon. It's okay, don't worry about it. Hope you feel better soon. And have a good day or night wherever you are. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noted the sheen of sweat across his eyebrow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. It must be obvious that you were confused by his visit, because he answered your unspoken question. Don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. Then why did you come over? Because we always do things when people come over. Excuse you? He gestured vaguely at the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. Aww. Aw, that was so sweet. Aww. Wow, I wonder. How did you know I was doing nothing? Maybe I had plans. Noted that made sense to you. I was thinking the exact same thing. That was really sweet, but I kind of want to say this one, so we didn't this one. You grinned and he smiled back, and that was all there was to it. Both of you were on the same page. You had lunch yet? I was going to do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Yeah, I get like that sometimes too. I'm gonna admission here, chat. It's very rare I have breakfast. I run on no breakfast. You didn't eat it all. You've got to have something now. You should eat properly. Great, we can eat lunch together. Yeah, let's go. Cove nodded, looking content with your suggestion. Okay, cool. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there anything cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, you two concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from, since everyone in your house had their own favourites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pitta pockets. In pitta for dinner? Jesus. Oh, are we rich? God. Actually, looking at this backdrop, yes. Yes, we are.
Hey.
Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains, then made your decision. Oh, I get to pick my food? Cinnamon swirl. I don't know what that is. A lettuce wrap, white bread, sourdough, mixed grain. White bread safe. You pulled out the white bread too, setting both items onto the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. Oh god, don't make me choose a sandwich. Sweeter, I guess. Something sweet would be perfect in this sweltering heat. As for the specific ingredients... Strawberries! Strawberries! Strawberries, banana slices. Because I'm insane. That's everything. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. Two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. Focused intently on assembling your own, for the most part. When you were close enough to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbour. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's so cute. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. What, PBJ and banana? No, that's not PBJ. That's a PBH. So he was making peanut butter, banana and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. Sounded great. You didn't think much of that. It seemed weird. And hey, if he's into it. It wasn't that surprising or interesting. That's not what I meant by that, but okay. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying our sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible, to him at least. Done? Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, okay. This is very interesting. He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils, then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. How much did we put on our sandwiches for them to be wobbling off the plate? How insane were those sandwiches? I want to see them now. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, and then hummed happily. This sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started your own sandwich. Going yours too. You shrugged, it was okay. This did not turn out as expected. That's my usual response. But banana and strawberry sounds like this, so I'd be like, yeah. Obviously, you were a pro at mixing sandwich. Alright, I wouldn't go that far. Leaned back on his hands while chewing and glancing around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already won thing, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Yeah, like what? Maybe. Not really. Couldn't even muster a reply. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? Cove, why are you looking at the ceiling and talking about Hangman? Cove? Dear sweet child, why are you looking at the ceiling and talking about Hangman? Why are you talking about Hangman? God. You laughed at the suggestion but went along with it. Yeah, neither of you had much anything to do anything more taxing. You grudgingly humoured him. That was a nice idea. Sure, why not? Yeah, why not? You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers in his right hand while keeping a half-sized sandwich in his left. The ingredients are gonna fall out if you do it that way, my guy. Stop. Can I pick the phrase? If you want to. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. What do you mean sketching the hangman frame? That's not how you play hangman. What? You don't get to sketch the frame. The frame is part of the hangman. What? Then he stopped, pursing his lips and thought. He tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. He raised an eyebrow. He'd suggested the game and wanted to pick a phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines on the paper to dignify spots for letters. Alright, you can start guessing. Oh, do I actually have to guess? Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Oh no! Fuck. You are mine? Imagine just, you are mine. We'll go with R if it's there. Oh no. You go on! After the first round, you were able to get another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. Huh? TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching, then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off, it might still be on downstairs with no one there. Both smiled crookedly at that. Oh sure, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted up into the middle distance trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama? Both nodded sleepily. His eyes closed then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin on your palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long, blonde hair, I think? She was the one solving crimes, like, as a detective or something. This is a real show, right? They're referencing a real show here, I just cannot think what it would be. There were scenes in the police station, because someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyway.
I don't know.
He just... Nope, absolutely not. Me neither. And I just saw it. Are we gonna get distracted after every letter? Alright. You are mine or you are cute. So E is definitely... Oh no. The top one is kind of dangerous. You are cute is fine, but... Good guess. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. Feels so sticky. Ugh, I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. Haha! I hope my floor has sprouted a cove. You are now trapped forever. I'll have to charge you rent then. You can be my new roomie if you want. Looks like we'll both be stuck here forever, then I'm sticky too. No way, I'll peel you off if I have to. He just smiled at him. I'll have to charge rent. Yeah, how much? $50. I mean, that's kind of cheap actually.
What?
I can afford that. Well, you've got to pay up if you want to stick around. Bob shook his head at your terrible pun and went back to the game instead of answering further. No, it was beautiful. Then you returned to the game. Oh, jeez. Well, there's 2 U's and you are cute, so we'll try that as well. I think you got it. I think you nailed it on the head in the second try. Yep, that's right. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why do people come up with it? Why did they play it? It's a good question. Who did come up with it? And why? I'm so good at Hangman. Nice. Maybe it's what they had instead of real court trials back then. I always wondered about that. I'll have to look it up later. It's a really old game. No one's sure where the name came from. Maybe that's what they did back in Cove. Cove raised a skeptical eyebrow. You bit back a laugh and feigned seriousness. If you got it right, then you were innocent, and they let you go. But if you got it wrong, they killed you. It should go pro. Nice. Yes. I don't know if there's a pro series for it, but you should. You should make it. He shuddered at your eerie explanation before rejecting it outright. That's terrible and not real. You chuckled to yourself and back to the creepy game. You. That's another one. If I just type the full thing out, is it gonna be like, you can't do that? Or, you know. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you're getting thirsty. Brought up with your neighbour. Should we go downstairs and get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I really don't want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes in false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck on the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. Can I... No, I can only do one layer at a time. We've got to go all the way through it, Jack. You're really close. Thank you. Oh, okay. You are... Yeah. You're definitely gonna get it. You are cute. That was the phrase Cove had spent so long settling on. You stared at it. A few correct letters in, you had feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it, clear as day on the paper. Oh, that's so cute. You took in the words for a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling awkward on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble.
I mean...
It was all I could think of at the time. Covered face bashfully. You gave him a playful shove, still in disbelief. You stayed where you were, unable to move. Fell back onto the floor from a sitting position. You wrapped your arms around him. Covered face bashfully. Suddenly you had trouble meeting his eyes too. Your hands came up to hide your flushed features from his sight. Look at these kids, so cute. Didn't say anything. No, you're cute. Thank you. I can't believe you. Damn Cove.
NANI?
How small squeak. Should we just make a squeak sound? You know what? I'm vetoing. Yes, we're making the squeak sound because I find it cute and hilarious. Bob smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject. But you didn't. You didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. I really think you're cute. Seriously. Did you mean it? Do you really think I'm cute? Guys, what do I say? Oh. Help me. Hey. Take the initiative? Okay. Cove's features softened at your words, but he remained serious. Thanks. I mean it too. Aww. Aww. Esther. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whatever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed, not in a big way. Not for everybody. What the fuck do you mean nothing has changed? Look into my eyes and say that again, you fuck. Maybe I have to grow up more. But at least with... He waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. Glanced down, you were so close to hearing what he had to say. He shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody. Or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Both seemed to appreciate the thought if the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. But seriously, what do you mean you haven't noticed? Bruh. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy, person do you like? He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. You considered his question carefully. Do you know who or what you liked? Is one of them Cove? Is the one answer just Cove? You're starting to have physical attraction in a general way. You only seem to feel physical attraction in specific cases and situations. You didn't really have physical interest in other people. You didn't think you could tell if you had an interest in people physically. There was only one person you'd ever had those kinds of feeling for. Chat, do we go with this one? Huh? I think we go with this one. Alright. Not to have a romantic attraction in general. So this was like legitimately like... Well, I guess we just go the same way, didn't we? There's only one person. But specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys. Found them attractive, you thought you'd be happy with a guy someday. You found them attractive, but you haven't thought about being with a guy. You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship. You genuinely weren't interested in guys, but there were special exceptions. Yeah, they're attractive. Let's go. And how you felt towards girls. Yeah. For people who aren't exclusive male or female. Found them attractive, thought we'd be happy with... Yep. Turned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. I'll explain. Oh, yeah. He listened intently, taking every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. It was nice to have people who supported you when it came to who you liked. And he clearly accepts us for who we are, right? Yeah. He had never treated you differently because of your identity. And he scratched the back of his head, sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all this when we started out just playing Hangman. Because of what you said in Hangman. You smooth fuck. You knew you did this. It was good, I think. I think so too. You shrugged. It was awkward. The conversation had a mind of its own. Nodded quietly. I think so too. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you been able to practice recently? I have. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaint. Oh god. Oh, that would have been horrible. Especially it's just wood as well. Oh, gross. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. We're in one piece? Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Wanna go outside? It might be better out there than it is here now. Sure. Two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. Stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. Oh. Lovely. The artist is very good. Very, 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 very. I'd go as far to say amazing. This time of day, it was quiet outside. Flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep... I really love it out here. I do too. You do? That's surprising. Your opinion sure has changed since you were first on this hill. You quietly enjoyed the moment. Nah, I do too. It's very nice. Cove smiled, tendrils of his head danced with the wind. Beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you, Saz. You're really important to me, you know. Say it. Say it, coward. Say it. Blushed. I feel the same. That's nice of you to say. Smiled silently. You're being too sweet. You're special to me, Cove. You're special to me, Cove. I feel the same. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you knew he heard you. Then Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. You were gonna get banned on Twitch. Oh no, that's too spicy. Oh no. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Aww, sweet. Why is there an arrow here? I'm kind of worried to click it. Oh god, there's a lot of... Oh, freaking hell, there's a lot of DLC scenarios. Oh my. 3 more. Let's try and get through these, chat. And then we can start the next one. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of these hills behind your house, and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice that you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. Hell yeah, more fruit, let's go! This is a PSA, eat more fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she'd gotten to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of times, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing, but you weren't very good. You also liked to sing and had talent of your own. You didn't like to sing, but you told you were good at it. You weren't good at singing, and that's huge fan. I can sing. Sometimes. It was nice the two of you could share that interest. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. I think how fun that was. I butchered that, but also kind of didn't. I just sort of invented my own sentence that said the exact same sort of thing. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. Yeah, let's do it. I don't know about that. The idea if you stage fright. Stage fright. But wouldn't showing off to everyone be fun? The thought of an audience made you feel queasy. Not really.
Are you sure?
Are you really super sure? Sure? Help. Help. Words? Words. Help words? Help. I'll try that again. Are you really super sure? You have so many skills you could show off to the masses. Okay, I'll do it. I really don't want to. I'd rather do something else. I really don't want to. Sorry. Your cousin seemed a little disappointed, but she nodded and respected your wishes all the same. She's so nice. Also, I have a strange feeling she's gonna grow up and become like a singer on Broadway or something. I said Broadway. I don't... It's in musicals. She's going to be in musicals. Help. The two of you lay back on the blanket and laced in the sun, throwing ideas back and forth on what you could fill your time with. Beach was nearby, so you could go swimming or collect shells, or find something to go back do back at home after all. In the end, nothing was tempting enough to move from your current position, so you continued chatting with Lee and nibbling on your snacks while the sun travelled in the sky overhead. So, how are your neighbours doing? You haven't spoken about them lately. You knew Lee wasn't talking about neighbours generally or down the street. You wanted to hear about the Holdens across the road. It was no secret that she liked to keep up to date with what was happening with them, more specifically Cove. There weren't many other people your age around to talk about. I have no idea, I don't care, I hope you hope to find out soon. Great! That's exactly what I thought you'd say. Lee gave you a knowing look and your face flushed with heat. Lee loved to chat about others' relationships and would always ask you for details on people you both knew. Hey, did you want to see if Cove would join the picnic? I like it just being us sometimes. He's busy this afternoon. Oh, that makes it sound like I didn't want to hang out with her though. I like it being us sometimes. Lee lit up, her smile spreading across her face. Yeah, we're the best. Hell yeah, Lee, let's go. Queen. The sun slowly began to set, the sky turning a rosy pink and then warm orange. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighbourhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I really like him too. He's okay. He's kind of boring. I don't really like him. He's a good person. I really like him too. I knew you would. But, speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? God, she's very forward. Yeah, it's good. I don't know. He blushed and said nothing. You shouldn't gossip. I think things are alright. I'm gonna just keep blushing. I'm just keep blushing at things. Ooh, you're bright red. I guess it's very good. Well, like, really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon, or what? God, I hope he doesn't just walk out now. Like, he just comes over the hill and is just like, I think I gotta turn around. I'm needed back home, actually. I just remembered chores and stuff. Goodbye. I don't have a crush on Cove. I'll tell him soon. No way, I'm not telling him. Pretty sure he already knows. You weren't sure if you wanted to tell Cove or not. You know what, I'm gonna put I'm pretty sure he already knows, because we've been very forward about it. Pretty sure isn't sure. You should declare it to him. You mumbled something incoherent and she gave you a pointed look. You know that he has a crush on you too. It's obvious for him, it's obvious for you. Why not just do it? You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sorts of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Uh-oh. 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 What is happening? Why have they got those faces? I don't... Oh no. Upon walking through the door, you were met by your mums and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what? You weren't sure. Wow, who did... Nope. Nope. What's going on? You looked between them, said nothing. Hi? Yeah, that'd be me.
Oh.
Hi, Saz. Hi, Lee. Welcome back. The room felt quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mums nodded in agreement with her.
Well...
Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Her biological ones. Nani? The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Oh, I think I missed one. Your mums had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister. The details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait until you asked to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mum shared a nervous glance and Mark took in the quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. She's from the Philippines? Wait, I wasn't born here?
No.
No, you weren't. Oh my god. You could see clearly that your sister was appalled at this information. You struggled even more with what to do now or how to react. She's still my sister. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
No, you weren't adopted into the country. We took care of things. Oh, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the US. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information but still far from happy. Who are my parents? As people, why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulders, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions. Her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settled and enraged. Great, so I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your mums and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs to her room before anyone could stop her. Jesus, this got heavy. You know, I see her being Pinoy. I probably pronounced that wrong, but I also have no idea what that means. I have to go and talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow, but Mum gently held her arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your Ma's head hung low and she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you, and Lee was still standing awkwardly off to the side. Yeah, we're sort of just witnessing this, like, should we go? I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected that would have happened when the time came. Since it's the topic of the day, Saz, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. I want to know. They're people from the Philippines. Oh, okay. Yeah, might as well. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. I want you to be here. I can do that. Aww, so nice. I love her. Lee is so nice. I like Lee. Oh. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support and you were glad to have her with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organisation that time, and you were adopted within the US. Sorry to tell you, Saz, your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry, Saz. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show that she was there for you. Thank you for telling me. Okay, he said nothing. It's not your fault. You didn't kill them, right? He started to cry. He was so angry. Yeah, it's not your fault. You were trying to lighten the mood, but your mums didn't seem any less grim. Thank you for listening, Saz. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Lee watched you closely as though judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. I feel fine. I feel fine, but I didn't mean that. I don't know. How would I react to that information? Wait. Held back the tears, you weren't fine at all. Anger rose inside, you definitely weren't okay. You said nothing. You know what? Yeah, I think I'd be fine. If I didn't know these people at all, and I already knew I was adopted, I'd be fine. You spoke with a refreshed tone as though you had a load off. Your mum smiled sadly, but you knew they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. Run up to your room, you need to stay here with your mum. You want to get out of the house, you want to see Elizabeth. You want to see Cove. I'm gonna stay with my mamas. Took a step close to your mums, glancing at them nervously. You wanted to show them somehow that all this wasn't their fault. The last thing you wanted was for them to feel sad about it. Are you okay? Yeah, this is me. 100% this is me. Your mums both smiled at you softly, a little thrown off by the question.
Well,
We're only as good as you right now. You're a sweet child, Saz, being concerned for your mums like this. It's sad hearing that they died, but I guess because I didn't know them, it doesn't upset me. You're my family, you always have been. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. I think that's how I would genuinely react in that situation. If I already knew I was adopted, and I genuinely didn't know my parents beforehand, this would be my reaction. You're my parents. Used to. Mark came over and wrapped her arms around you, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mum to join in, put her arms around the both of you. We really couldn't have asked for a better kiddo. We love you, Saz. More than we could ever say. That sounds... that was kind of sus, but okay. I think I took it in the wrong context, probably, but it was probably just like, I can't express how much I love you. Do you know what I mean? Like, words cannot put it in... I can't put it into words. Smiled at their comfort. You were so glad your moms were alright. You're smooshy to me! You're smooshy me! You know what? I'm a joker at heart. Anytime seriousness gets involved, I do try to lighten the mood with a joke, so this would be me as well. You all chuckled, the rumble of laughter shaking you all as continuing to hold each other tight. Love you too. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at you. You knew then that you all had each other and you always would. A knock on the door had all of you snapping your heads towards it for a moment. I'm just imagining like meerkats just immediately like you know what I mean? Just like literally snapping from position, like huh, before you exchanged confused looks. Also, did we leave Lee out of that hug? Give Lee a hug. Let's all hug Lee. Yeah, Lee's nice. We like Lee. Ma pulled herself together with a deep breath and headed over to answer it, while you hung back with Mum in the living room. You could hear bits and pieces of conversation at the door and Ma addressing the guest happily. You strained your ears to hear more.
hello.
Hello, Cove, sweetie. I see you've come for a visit. Ah, the timing, though. Hey, Cove, I just discovered my parents are dead. How are you? Hello, yeah, is Saz here? Ma glanced back over her shoulder at you to gauge your reaction and see if you were up for a guest. When you nodded your head, she turned back to Cove with a smile. They're right here, hun. Come, why did I add hun? You know what? No, yes, they're right here, hun. Come on in. She would do that. Thanks. Bob stepped into the house, giving you a wave. Upon seeing everyone standing around, his eyebrows dipped a little.
Are you okay?
Everything okay? Things seem kind of... Shook my head. Marla wiped her eyes. I'm just gonna smile at him. Yep. You were glad he had stopped by even if the time was odd to him. It was perfect for you. With the hand you indicated for him to follow you to the living room. You sat together with Cove on the couch while your mums and Lee headed off to give the two of you some privacy, and you explained to him what had just happened. It took a little while to relay all the information, but Cove listened intently and nodded the whole time. The whole time just... My neck hurts. Help! 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 Hey! The voice made you all look up and you saw your sister standing at the bottom of the stairs. You got closer and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Saz. You can come back, it's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. Can't ask that, you nodded your head in agreement. I want to talk to you too. Yeah,
Really?
Oh, then we're on the same page. She made a little move-along gesture with her hands and it was settled. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Mom tell you about your parents too? My birth parents are also dead. Haha. Why did I laugh at the end? No one knows. Haha. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why are you sorry? You didn't kill him. Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. That's pretty crappy of you to just bail. I'm amazed you noticed that was unkind. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. You were equally surprised at her admission. I'm not mad at you. She stuck her nose up a little bit at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me.
Hey.
How are you allowed to be that mature? Because most of the time, I'm not. When it counts, I'm mature. Other times, no. The lighting? Wait. The lightening spirits in her were quickly gone. Wait, that sentence has thrown me. Doesn't help. As she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become president. Wait, your goal was to become president? I thought you were going to be a pro golfer. What? You've never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. Oh, okay, fair enough. I don't like having to know that when I was born I was going to have a completely different life. So different I can't even think about what it had looked like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died and I was adopted and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was even if I wanted to. A heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. I feel like that too. You know exactly how she felt. I don't really understand. Yeah, no, that makes sense. There's a confusing feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had on my head for a while. When it was just me and Mum's in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how you feel about our family, does? She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that Mums weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. Kept listening. Really doesn't change anything? No, kept listening. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. Oh no. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sibling.
Aww. Okay. Lizzie doesn't need to punch in the face no more. Sometimes she deserves a backhand, you know, like not a backhand, damn it, a fucking smack upside the head. But other than that, nah, she doesn't deserve. Smiled softly, jokingly glowed at the prospect, and you bumped her back, you hugged her. You know what? We haven't embraced our sister. Hugs. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. You'll always be my family too. I think I'm really lucky. There you go. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. We should let them come back now. They're probably wondering what's going on. It's been a long day for everybody. Gave her a nod. You can all come back now. Elizabeth called up the stairs, and you soon heard footsteps as your mums returned. Lee and Cove came back down too, poking their heads out from behind your mums. But they just sort of sat there in the room with the mums. The mums just like really worried, like, oh god, what's happening? And the other two just like, so you're Cove? Yeah, do you? I'm Lee. What are your opinions on my cousin? That's what I'm imagining. That's my headcanon now. How did the talk go? Ma gave the two of you a small smile, though you could tell she was still worried. I hope there was no disownment happening down here. Awkward. Hey, I hope you're alright. Lee came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. And are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side.
Fine.
I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally!
I love the sound of that. Okay. They've just accepted that he is family now. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house with everyone in the same room. We could just put on a movie. That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Good to me.
Me
Me too. Yeah! You were happy watching a movie. You weren't so thrilled at the idea, but went along with it anyway. Happy we're watching a movie.
Alright.
I'll cook up some... Let me try that again. I'll cook up some popcorn and the rest of you can pick a movie. Your mum headed off to the kitchen and Ma turned to face the rest of you. What do we have in mind? Everyone else can decide. I'll watch anything. Anything but drama. We don't need any more of that today. You're fair. There were some chuckles at her joke, and you thought about what you would prefer to watch. Rom-com, horror, sci-fi, action, family-friendly, comedy. Comedy! Cool. Perfect. With the basics settled, Ma took the sorting through the DVD collection. You didn't notice that Elizabeth was sliding up to you until she was right next to you, arm to arm. Since there's only so much room on the couch, I say it should go to Saz and I. This is our day. Hell yeah. Still going, work sucks. Are you asking if I'm still going, or are you saying you're still going and work sucks? Because that does suck. Good luck. Wait, I want to sit with you too. I'm small. You won't even notice I'm there. Elizabeth raised a skeptical eyebrow, not so sure about that. Ma stood back up with DVD in her hand and a smirk on her face.
Yes?
I want to sit with the cool kids too. Surely there's room for one more, right? It might be a tight fit, but we can make it work. I'm still going. Rip, bro. Good luck. Not long left, question mark? You could tell that Ma was teasing. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at where this was going. You'd expected an easy victory. I bet you want to sit there too, huh, Cove? Ma tapped Cove on the shoulder with the DVD case. He blushed and dropped his gaze to the floor. I don't need to sit on the couch. You felt shy over being made the centre of attention. There's not enough space for everybody. I want Cove to sit next to me. Fucking God. I'm shy. It may have been what Elizabeth was after, but you wouldn't have preferred being left out of it. Mum came back with a big bowl of fresh popcorn and you inhaled the smell of the hot salted snag. Oh god, not salted popcorn! Which slot does this DVD go into? What's the skinny? What the hell does that mean, mother? We all want to sit with Elizabeth and Saz, but there's not enough room on the couch. Mum took that answer in stride and pursed her lips thoughtfully.
Pickle.
That's definitely a problem. I suppose there's only one solution. Elizabeth and Saz will have to sit on the floor in front of the couch. That way there's spots behind them and on the floor at the sides. We've been relegated.
Yes.
Oh yes, that's fair.
Rude.
What? No, the whole point was us getting the couch to ourselves. Sorry, that's the cost of popularity. Elizabeth groaned and crossed her arms over her chest in annoyance. Fine, Saz, you're with me in front. The rest of you can fend for yourselves. There was a mad dash as Mum and Lee raced for the couch behind you and Elizabeth, and Ma put the DVD in the player before joining them. Both took a seat at your other side on the floor, giving you a small smile. Yay! I like how protective he got as well when she came in the room. That was cute. Not gonna lie, that was very cute. Everyone soon quieted down and the only sounds to be heard were of hands scooping up popcorn and munching it down as the movie began. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be part of the family you had. Aww. So cute. 2 more. Whoa. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room. Your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. He blushing. He flustered. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go. I can't listen. Yeah, I'll go.
That's,
It was, huh? Oh. It seemed that Cove still had more to say, and you just interrupted him. Oops. Cool, well, he stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. My mum and dad, they really want you to be there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. He took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Aww. Can you come over? I mean... Yeah, I could... I have to ask my mum to get back to you. No, I can't make it. Why am I the only one invited? Or did you mean the whole family? Yeah, I can go. Thanks, Saz. I'll let them know when I can. He sounded noticeably relieved by your response. Are you coming over for a dinner really that serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that. For now, anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped out the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made a small journey across the street. Wow, thanks, Elizabeth. I hope she actually did hear what I said, and I'm not gonna there's not gonna be screaming out in the street later on of the parents just being like, Saz, where are you? Saz! Do you know what I mean? Elizabeth's just like, what have I done? I should have been listening. Oh no! You knocked a couple times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. It was exciting. You were apprehensive. The idea made you curious. You didn't think it would be especially interesting. You couldn't say you were thrilled. Yeah, gotta say. Can't say I'm thrilled. Sounds like a dangerous game. You were getting antsy and it hadn't even started yet. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts though. Door opened soon enough. Cove's mum, Kyra, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you. My brain stalled on her name again.
Come on.
Hey, Saz. Please, welcome. Please come on in. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Oh no, I'm locked in. Oh, I'm locked in. This is very fancy, though. Hot damn. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. It's alright. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course.
Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Thank you. Hey Saz, welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holder's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen with his back turned and a large spoon in his hand. He's the chef! Let's go! Hope you're hungry because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savoury. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kyra. He gave you a wary smile. He sure is. While I've been barred from cooking the entire time I'm staying here, can you believe that? Possibly. It depends on what the next sentence says. He nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. Oh, okay. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. I thought he was going to turn around and be like, yep, we both know you're shitting. She yelled back, amusement obvious in her face and her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kyra smiled and shook her head quietly. Then she turned to face you once more. Sorry, am I witnessing... This is very awkward. Am I witnessing them rekindling their marriage? I thought she came to, you know, hang out with Cove. Why do I feel like you guys are like boning whenever you're in the house?
Well,
Sorry about that, Saz. Here I was trying to strike up a conversation with you and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. True. Kyra leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay, he likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Don't question it, just be happy for them. Okay. But I don't know why they divorced in the first place. Cove's dad wants ass. Oh my god. If I knew why they divorced in the first place, you know, that would... I'd be less suspicious. But if it was toxic, you know, I'd be worried about them getting back together. I'm just worried, guys. The next question continue to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. So, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Oh, I'm good. Things are okay. I'm not really sure. He didn't reply to her question. You know what? We're always happy-go-lucky. I'm not sure. Probably she wanted to travel for her work and he wanted to settle down in one place. That does sound right. That sounds in character. I'm gonna be honest. To her credit, Kyra wasn't too fazed by a non-committal response. Let's see if we can make that for sure good by tonight, huh? She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall a few moments later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub his arm almost bashfully. Baz, you made it! Thanks for coming! You asked me to come. I think I was just gonna say, yeah, sure, and then not. Cove's voice was naturally loud, as if he thought you wouldn't be able to hear him from where you were, only a few feet away. Hello, Cove. You gave a shy wave, then felt a little stupid for it. You put your arm back down. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes. Like, shut up. Shut. Where are you? Shut.
So...
Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. He turned to leave. He bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in the affirmative. I get to see his room now? Guys, we get to see his room. Sounds like it's kind of a creepy sentence. Remember, he's 13. Bob turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when food's ready to go. With that, you followed after Cove. Two of you made your way down the hall. Silly brain. This was the first time you were invited to see Cove's room. You had visited Cove's room before, but only rarely. Going over to Cove's room was standard occurrence for you nowadays. You know what? I'm going to say this is the first time, because he's usually over our house, and that makes sense in my head with how he reacts to his parents and stuff. Cove got to the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. Yo, this is pretty snazzy. Oh, I like the poster. Does it describe the fish? Look at these shells! Fish! He has pet fish! Oh, let's go! Yo, his room's kind of sick. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. Bro, do you not clean your floor? You glanced down. Sand was clustered around the entrance. You even spotted smaller amounts of it dusting the rest of the room's floor. Though you hadn't anticipated it, you weren't surprised at the sight. Of course, Beach Boy Cove Holden would get his room all sandy. Beach Boy. I was like, that is like a really lame superhero name. Beach Boy. Yeah, nice fish emote. So this is my room. Thank you, I hadn't noticed. Cove was a bit shy as he said so, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, using one hand and vaguely gesturing to the space of the other. There's stuff you can sit on, if you want. He looked over at the desk chair as an option. When you turned back, Cove was already sitting on the edge of his large bed. Are you trying to make your own beach with all this sand? It's nice, thanks for letting me come over. You weren't sure what to do. Yeah, are you trying to make a beach with all this sand, bro?
Not really.
No. Bro, that wasn't a serious question. It was a joke. But it'd be cool if I could, though. You couldn't help recalling a long time ago, Cove explaining his childhood dream home would be something located right on the shore of the beach. Maybe that idle thought still held an appeal for him. It made you smile, think about. I didn't sit anywhere, I chose to stand awkwardly in the doorway. Sat down on the chair, you sat next to Cove on his bed. Chat, do we just sit down on his bed with him? Just like, hey, how's it going? I'm so tempted to do that. Of course, sit on the Alright. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew tense, his back went stiff and he ducked his head away. Oh, he was like, I wasn't expecting this. He tried to hide a trembling smile. He does that and it's so cute.
Oh my god.
He's having a crisis. It's okay, I understand. It's so cute. It is so cute. He said it under his breath, as if he didn't want you to hear. You obviously did, and easily, since you were right beside him. You were nervous about that. You smiled comfortably at him. You chuckled over it. Felt very charmed by his... Felt very charmed. He raised his eyebrows. You both kept noticing the other's every move. This is very awkward. Peak teen energy. You only shrugged back. It's nothing, don't worry about it. You're like an open book, you know that? You're such a sweet guy, Cove. You're adorable! He's adorable. I have to say he's adorable.
What?
You're adorable! I'll say it again! Clearly he hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow his flush grew worse, spreading all the way down his neck. He fumbled for words. I'm not... That's... He gripped the blanket underneath him and searched for something more to say. You see my fish? I've got some in a tank. Right there. Bless him. Oh, he's so cute. Cove threw both his hands in front of him to direct your eyes towards his pets. He was trying pretty poorly to change the topic. That much was clear. You decided to show him mercy and allowed it. I will allow it this time. You started to watch the bright fish swim. Ooh, there's many fish in there. There should be a bunch of them, floating to and fro in the open space. They start starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish?
I guess.
My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. That is actually a really long time for fish. That is impressive. You peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. You must take good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. Is it by any chance this one right here? What are their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly.
I mean...
Mostly I just call them things based on what they look like Squirt for a small one, Tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. Oh, it's adorable. I've had a lot of fish, and I'm not that good at coming up with names. Found that relatable. Found that funny. Relatable. You didn't have any pets, but you also always had trouble naming your stuffed animals or whatever else. It's such a hard choice. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to a small orangish red fish. It was minding its own business away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that other one's Mark. Mum came up with that one. Mark the fish. I had a fish that was called Whale. Nice. Why was it called Whale? Was it just for the fun of it? Cove smiled to himself. His eyes reflected the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish?
It's nice.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Yeah, I do. Can I? His smile grew a little at your interest. Yeah. There are a few who don't have names right now, the newer ones. You can pick which one you want to name. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. Oh, that's cute. It was a goldfish, and the 9-year-old me found the name funny. Understandable, have a nice day. My fish didn't have nearly as interesting names. It was Charlie, Jamie, I don't remember the other two. Frankie, I think? I'm sure you can see the naming convention that we had gone for. Billy was the other one. The last fish was the biggest one. It was multicolored scales rippled over the bright light of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. I want to name the multicolored one and call it Aurora. You went with the biggest fish. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting for you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose closely. As you did, a name eventually came to you. I want to type Frank. No, my own answer. I'm calling it Aurora. Is that how you spell Aurora? Chat, help me out. I think that's right, isn't it? Oh god, is that? Send help. Yeah? Okay, cool. Excellent. Wonderful. Alright, it's Aurora. Hell yeah, we named his fish. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. You smiled proudly at Aurora as it swam through the tendrils of the plants, disappearing then reappearing soon after. You noticed then that Cove was sitting closer to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. This close, your shoulders were almost brushing each other. Why did the music change? Your heartbeat picked up a little bit at the realization. Oh, have many koi carp. They're all called fishy. Nice. The kois are cute. I like kois. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house. Not even fish. Corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. Not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of the tank and feed them and they'll be okay. My mums can be this strict over the weirdest thing sometimes. I don't mind too much. I get it. I get it. They don't want to worry about more lives than the two they're already raising. That's what they say about it. I never thought about it like that before. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. It started coming out with no warning, earning you a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Lizzie, or Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and hid in her room. Came down for food, but then she ran back upstairs after. It was hard to understand. Our mums left her alone at first. But that night, Ma went to her room to say goodnight and she screamed. Mum and I went over to see what was wrong. We found Lizzie with a big lizard in her arms. Oh, hell yeah, lizard! Let's go! Cove's eyebrows rose at that, and he leaned forward in interest. Oh, maybe don't do that, because, we're centimeters apart right now.
Really?
A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. She picked it up to find out, then she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for the whole day because she wanted to keep it. Mum and Ma were upset at her. They worried about putting it out during night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really sad. She did release the lizard, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did stop being unhappy, it was almost like it never happened. You shook your head, thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. You're right. Cove had been quiet for the most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look on his face. Can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. He gave serious thought to his statement before you told him, "It's fun, there are ups and downs. You're lucky to be an only child. Nice in general, but my sister is Elizabeth." Fuck. Really shooting over that one. I don't know how to explain what it's like. Ups and downs. It's really nice moments in the last scene, so, you know. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while.
Cool.
That's interesting. I think your family is cool. You didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, you consider your relationship with your mums too. They were the absolute best. They are the fucking best. You got along with your mums, you thought your mums were okay, you found your mums difficult. No, they're the best. You couldn't even consider having another option. You couldn't have better parents. Well, say what you want about them. At least your mum's never tried to pay someone to be your friend. Don't ever bring that up. Don't ever bring that up, okay? Never. Bury it. Bury it. The thought prompted you to look over at Cove. You probably still didn't know that happened. Yep, don't do it. Doubted that Mr. Holden mentioned it, and you never had. You wondered if you should tell him. It was a long time ago, but you were keeping a secret from Cove. Oh, you didn't tell him it was a bad time. You didn't tell him you weren't sure how he'd react. You didn't tell him secrets were meant to be kept. You didn't tell him you just didn't want to have that talk with Cove. Yeah, secrets. Someone confides in you, you shouldn't, like, blurt it out, you know? Only if it's dangerous, but it wasn't exactly dangerous, he just wanted you to make friends with his son. Mr. Holden told you not to tell anyone, especially not Cove. You didn't want to break his trust. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. Eventually you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison. Again, I'm picturing the meerkats just like, hello, yep, hi, yeah.
Oh.
Time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. Yeah, I bet. I was in there for like 5 minutes and I felt it. Oh, yeah. You wished you had something nice or comforting to say to that. Probably just being there for him was enough. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be as good a time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Yeah, I should probably just ask, right? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this, when no one else is around. But now you're here. Huh? You hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense, in a way. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Bill finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Could have helped me up, bro. Together the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table, beside the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your plates. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast. Oh, hell yeah, can I have some? I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah.
I know I am. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. Parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning.
Thanks.
Let's all take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Saz, and on such short notice too. Why is he still Cove's dad? In the speech bubble, we know his name. We know his name. You thanked the parents for inviting you. You didn't say anything to that, you just felt awkward. You just thanked them. Thanks for inviting me.
Alright.
Well, that's it. Everyone please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the centre, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces. Oh my god, he's a chef! You could work with this. You weren't exactly a fan. It's kind of surprised you. You were very happy about these options. No, I could work with this. You didn't mind Mexican food. Mom loved it, so you ate it as a family often. In a way, it made your first dinner at the Holden house feel a bit more normal. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Please don't ask me anything weird. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Of course.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me just say you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? Your cooking's nothing to sneeze at. Kyra. Got me again. Both's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You weren't sure what to say, nor did you want to interrupt them by blurting something out. But without warning, Cove's parents started pulling you into the small talk. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Not human interaction. Oh no. Laz, do you want anything from my area of the table? Say the word and I'll hand it right over. Oh, I'm good, Mr. Holden, but thank you.
Marvelous.
You should try some of the guacamole, Saz. It's been a while since I've had Cliff's, but I remember it being amazing. What is guacamole? What? Like, I've heard it so much. I don't know what it tastes like. What is... like... avocado sauce? Both stand for Saz ship. Whoa, hey now. Whoa now. Hey, whoa now. Hey now. Avocado sauce, huh? I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never eaten an avocado either, so I don't know what that tastes like.
Aw.
You are too kind. Everything looks great, Dad, as always. Thanks, Spot. Glad you think so. Both smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the core. Aww, he does like his dad. He does like his dad. Aww. Brief silences interspersed with the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves a dish that you had on your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cove's parents started talking again. Now then. You sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you. Oh no.
How's it going?
How's everything been over at your house? Hey, Mum's well? You've been keeping busy this summer? Maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break. Jesus Christ, bruh. I'm uncomfortable, send help. Sure, I'll go with this one. You hadn't expected so many questions, and all at once. Still, what else was there to talk about apart from how the summer was going? I tell them how my mums are. My mums are great. Mum took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago since her project went really well. Is that so? I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. Things at the house. It's been good. It's been good. It's what you said, but you didn't mean it. It's alright. Not great. I'd rather not talk about it. It's been good.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's wonderful. I am this person. Literally just anytime someone asks me a question like, how's it going? It's alright. Yeah, I'm alright. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just by default. I cannot help. Mention things I've done for the summer. I'm not sure where to start. There's so much that happened. You should know what I've been up to since so much has included your family. I haven't really done much. No, we've sort of just been perishing in the heat, to be honest. Yeah, I haven't really done much. Smart choice. Take it easy when you can. When I was around your age, busy work was the furthest thing from my mind. As for the question. Kyra nodded along. You could tell she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humour you. Did you know, Cliff? Saz is really into sports. Oh, she remembers. Oh my god, that's nice. Mr. Holden's face lit up and he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms braced against the table. Oh no. Hi. What's up?
Nice.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. It's not a big thing, it's pretty sure. It's just a hobby. A hobby is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to do things just for fun. Everyone needs a hobby. I've been thinking of picking up wood carving myself. You couldn't tell how serious he was about being about that declaration. Thanks. Cove's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in the conversations, everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted not for the first time that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. I'm no good with conversations, but I also hate silences because it just feels so awkward and uncomfortable. Cat, should we initiate a conversation or should we leave it to them? Leave it to them. Alright. Mr. Holden was the one who spoke, glancing at his son before turning to you with an easy grin. Oh no. Guys, we shouldn't have left it to them. We shouldn't have left it to them. Speaking of hobbies, oh no. Oh no. Cove's been playing some tennis this summer. He and Kyra keep hitting the court together. Who would have guessed? You had already known that since Cove is so open with you, but it was interesting to hear his parents' perspective on it. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay, never mind. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kyra set her fork down and rested her arms at her side, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty.
Thanks.
That was delish. Thank you for your culinary creations, Cliff. Miss Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. Do they have matching tattoos? I just realised. Is the sun meant to match the manta ray? Or stingray or whatever? Oh my god. You ate way too much. You ate until you were satisfied. You tried not to eat too much even though it was good. I'm uncomfortable eating at other people's places, so I'd probably just try not to eat. It wasn't good to completely stuff yourself full of food, so you held yourself back. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He always slumped over even now, toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him into join the conversation failed. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. He at least tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Saz. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner. Why just me, though? Like, surely you'd want me to bring my parents and my sister so that there was a lively conversation. This was just kind of awkward.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time Saz has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited them over sooner? Cove was always the one going over Saz's house till now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject generous offers from the family to host my kid? Kyra shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cove in unison. Oh god, that must have been horrifying. His small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. And now he stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
Would it be alright for Saz to stay over, like, for the night? Oh my god, this is going fast. He shot you a shy glance, then smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Look at that face, they're like, what the? Oh my god. Guys, we're staying in a boy's room. Oh my god. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straight, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. You'd never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple and Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cove's mum reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. Oh. Yes. He glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up to their faces. Two adults whispered seriously to each other. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if it would help him overhear his parents' conversation. This is awkward. Am I just like slowly inching away from them? Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands while Kyra made sure he didn't get too far away with all his movements. Every now and then both of them would watch you and Cove out the corner of their eyes. Yo, this is uncomfortable. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look to Cove. You stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict too. We, Kyra and I, think that should be fine. But... He lifted a finger dramatically, his brows raised as he met Cove's gaze, and then your own. We'll have to talk with Saz's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange for sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Saz's folk don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug of his full arms. He also checked out Kyra from the corner of his eye and gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright or not to someone else, namely your parents. Okay, I see how this goes. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. Cove hung his head, deflated. He had been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. Gave him some winter encouragement, patted him on the back. I'll sneak my phone into my room tonight. You could always sneak into my room again. I feel like if I say that, they'll overhear it and be like, excuse me? Excuse me? You patted about it too. I'll sneak the phone into my room tonight. Yeah, let's go. If you get your home phone to them, we can still talk even though I'll be back home. Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. It may or may not end up being possible, but it was worth trying. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Hell yeah. Like walkie-talkies. We should just get walkie-talkies! Cove! Change your plans! Okay, all hands on deck! Quick! Pat him on the head. Good boy. I wish. It was on the back, unfortunately. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kyra tried to lend a hand as well, however Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as a declared guest of honour. Alright, fair enough. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. Oh my god. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kyra disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. Oh, she's gonna show me baby photos. Oh. Oh shit, baby photos, let's go. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't left alone too long. After a couple minutes, Cove's mum returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled up into the room confidently while shuffling. Aww. Fine, I guess we can play cards. But I wanted to see baby pictures. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in their hands. I imagine that the gesture they just did of looking over their shoulder was identical and kind of adorable. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room, ignoring the couches, and sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Kyra did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks, and the smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great.
This is going to be good, is it? What are we playing? Kind of annoyed. You enjoyed her enthusiasm, nervous, bored, and excited. I mean, I enjoy your enthusiasm. Cove's mum was funny, upbeat, and easygoing. You leaned closer to watch her expertly shuffle the cards. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things up enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Alright, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. You stared on confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stun. Kyra nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and rifled the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. I'm sorry? His wallet? What? I'm sorry, are you teaching this child to gamble? Are you teaching me to gamble? Please don't. I don't need that addiction in my life. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. I'm glad that said that. Are they going to hustle money from the two of you? I don't know, I'm worried. Do you bet real money on card games? With your family? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three shot looks at one another and sized each other up.
Yeah.
That's right, $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. Go big or go home. But I don't have money. What do you want from me? My liver? Am I taking a loan? Is this the mafia? What's happening? Oh, are you planning on kicking Saz to the curb, or did you intend donating to the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
If Saz wants to play, I'll fund their way in. Don't worry about that. Wait, so if he's funding my way in, does that mean he gets all of the money that I win if I win? Yeah, that's kind of rude. He rested an arm across the top of the knee that he propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. Oh. You appreciated an offer. You joked that he shouldn't be so confident. You felt awkward about the situation. His surety was pretty appealing. You ignored it. Yo, what the fuck? You ignored it. I'ma just feel awkward because this is like, what? If you'd known about this beforehand, you could have grabbed some money you had stashed away or done something to prepare for this. At least it's not strip poker. If it was strip poker, I would grab Cove and I would run. I would run to the hills. Actually, no, I'd run past the hills. We would get a boat and we would sail. We'd go. You can let me pay for Saz. They're my friend. Aww. Mr. Holden grinned with a chuckle.
Good kid.
Alright, bud. I concede. You're too polite for me. Well, you've got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? I don't want to waste his money, though. Glanced around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kyra softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds of Go Fish tonight. No biggie.
Do you mind?
What do you think? I kind of want to join in. Oh, fuck it. We'll join in. You set your jaw and nodded at her. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up while Cove nodded firmly back. You were really good at Go Fish. You were decent. You left all to luck. You were always bad at Go Fish. I left it all to luck, baby. Card games were mostly about chance after all. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. That seems like a very targeted sentence. Speaking for yourself, I say. With a laugh, Kyra nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. Oh my god. Okay. Worrying. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. Clara's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holden's favourite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Nice. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Aww. Once this was done, Kyra began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing the second round. You're a natural. Nicely done. You'd better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pet. He's that guy. Kyra acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her cold fist. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You didn't win many of the games, but the others always chipped in for you. In fact, it was always a bit of a fight over who got to be your backer. I was funded. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene, a tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got this chance to come over and spend time with the three of them. Oh, and then we've got road trip and then that's it. My goodness. These have been long ones. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lighting by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today was, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Coves prepared for what lay ahead. It's all fun and games until someone wakes up in an ice bath missing a kidney. It was me! Oh no! Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby taking in the scene in front of him. Wait, so we didn't even get to have a sleepover? This doesn't count as a sleepover. So rude. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best he could. Especially now that you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure how exactly it had happened, but you knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way, plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. Parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. There is no way that RV has enough room for everyone. No way. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug.
Let's go.
Move it or lose it, kiddo. Mum bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Meanwhile, Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. You could relate to Ma, it's way too early. Personally, you were raring to go as your mum. You felt like you were in the middle ground between the two. Oh, it's way too early. You yawned and rubbed your eyes, still sleepy from the early morning wake-up call. The air outside was still damp from dew that helped make you a bit more alert. And then at the end of the chain came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling off critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on.
Ugh.
I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Taz is the youngest and I'll never sleep in that loft. I'll never fall asleep in that loft. Wait, what do you mean? How big is this fucking RV? Jesus. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for the younger ones. Hey, get wrecked. Nice.
Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your mums were sharing the bed, Kyra was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with mums. Ah, okay. You were fine with the arrangements. You were excited to sleep in the loft. You felt sharing a bed with parents would be awkward. You were looking forward to sleep over with you. Oh, that's a cute way of looking at it. You weren't too happy either, but you didn't want to make a fuss. You thought it was unfair that Cove had to sleep on the floor. I'm looking forward to a sleepover with my mums because that's fucking adorable. It would be just like the old days when you were really little and you used to spend nights in their room. Alright, you lot, does everyone have everything they need? I have no idea, I'm fucking exhausted. We're heading out in 5 minutes, now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. Why are you in your dressing gown, by the way? We're out in public and you are naked under that. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. How about you, Saz? Do you have all your clothes packed, toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? You were confident you had it all, you weren't sure about that. Oh, you had to run back inside for something. You just gave her a flat look. You weren't sure about that, I'm too tired. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember what. Ma chuckled and gave you a squeeze on the shoulder. I get like that on trips too, so I've learnt to pack extra in case I or anyone else forgets. With the amount of supplies we've stuffed into the RV, I think we'll be okay. It's only a few days after all. Foreshadowing, am I right? Thanks, Mel. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow, a blanket, pillow and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things such as a portable gaming console. Drive to Redwood National Park would take an entire day one way, so you wanted to make sure you had a way to entertain yourself while travelling there and back. MP3 player with headphones, camera, ball. MP3 player. With so much time going to be spent driving in the car, you wanted to make sure you'd be able to have some music put on. Pencils and paper. I'm literally just putting everything I would actually take on a road trip. You had to be prepared in case you saw something to sketch at the park, or if you had had to write anything down, or if you just wanted to pass time doodling. Yep, that's me, alright. I wouldn't take a stuffed animal because in case I lose it, but I might take a camera. Just a little pocket camera you'd gotten from your mum's, but you couldn't miss the opportunity to take some new snaps. That's everything. Hey, let me take that for you, Saz. I'll store it in the RV. There's a few spots left it'll fit. You let Kyra take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your mums had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartments of the vehicle. Nice. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. So what's she got in there? Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind to be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You suppose any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. I'm worried about what she has in her bag. She was very opposed to this beforehand, and now she's skipping to the RV with her bag? Both had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. Yeah, not surprised. You're excited for the trip too. You weren't very excited for the trip either. You were eager to get to the destination. Curious about the RV. You didn't feel either way about the plans. I'm curious about the RV. RVs are cool. You'd never stayed overnight in one before, and you wanted to know what it'd be like. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Ah, look at that loft space though. Looks kind of chill. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. As it did, Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighbourhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your mums and Kyra were all huddled at the front trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mum group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. When you realised it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out for the driver's seat and Mum took over. Mum was sitting shotgun, giving Mum a quick tutorial on the controls, as it was her first time driving anything this large. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh. This is a recipe for disaster. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place.
Nah.
I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was home, and Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the thought at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair. Yeah, everyone needs sleep, guys. If you need to sleep, go sleep. It's just how it is.
So?
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Prepare for what? Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Elizabeth called down from where she was, lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. Yikes. She was lying on her back, her hair had fallen over the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kara laughed light-heartedly.
Don't worry about that.
Lucky for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. You won't be driving again till tomorrow. You just enough time to wrap up my last will and testament. You shouldn't gang up on the poor guy. It's not his driving I'm worried about. Stayed quiet, you shook your head at the ribbing. I'm just gonna stay quiet. I'm sat here doodling. I'm doing alright. You didn't have anything to add to the conversation, but it was pretty funny all the same. Mum then shouted back in her seat, joining the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as though it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old. I think. Did you just ask what year the model was before you rented it? Oh, did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Ira wrinkled her nose and thought. Hey. Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her, while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. Oh dear. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your orange hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully to look, you heard a rustling of bag of chips and realised Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. Bruh. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. Oh, okay. I was gonna say if she just put the bag on my head, like, stay there, you're the perfect table. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips. After the weight of the packet left your scalp. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. The day flew by with the group of you chatting, playing games and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You all had dinner together while driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. Aww, that's so cute. You must have done so while Kyra was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Kyra herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to the portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your mums into the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling into bed between them. It was a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing. Get a good rest, Saz. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bush walk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your mums whispered about the park and forest in general. The sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. Yo, same, that would be me. I would be gone. Also, these sky scenes look beautiful. Mwah. Next morning, you were up bright and early, prepared for the day ahead. You'd slept well. You had an okay sleep. You'd slept terribly. I always sleep terribly. I slept terribly. There hadn't been enough room for you to spread out or readjust your position. The mattress was uncomfortable, and it became hot with two other people next to you. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mum had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own, as the others were doing the same. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and hooking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were double-checking and triple-checking that you had everything to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. Knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park. I've heard it is beautiful. Wow, that is pink! Very pink. Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two! You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you and Cove together before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mum telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mum had said. Oh, that's so cute. They're so cute. You smiled at them, thinking your mum must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. So just quickly googled it before we set off, like, I gotta check up on the information, oh no. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mum. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. In awe of the trees, fascinated by the sensations surrounding you, in a good mood. You weren't as impressed as the others. You were embarrassed that the adults were being so touristy. Fascinated by the sensations, let's go. Bird calls echoed all around you, and once or twice something would rustle in an underbrush. You strained your eyes through the trees for any sign of wildlife and managed to catch a glimpse of a rabbit bounding through the foliage. Oh, a rabbit! Rabbits are so cute! The adults had decided on some casual nature walks, rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. I tried a sentence and then just stopped. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into pace between the two of you, and immediately you could tell her expression was she was gonna say something taunting. Oh god, okay, why? I can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, spreading with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just walks, next year they'll be talking about their new, amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should sell both of our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on the mortgage. Amazing. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You supposed he was used to this by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family, just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyway. Hey now, Elizabeth, Lizzie? Dear sweet big sister that is sometimes an asshole. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady, but she almost immediately dropped the tone and nonchalantly said her real thoughts. At least that's what Ma thinks. Cove still blushed, which made Elizabeth smile triumphantly, as though that was her whole purpose for teasing him. Then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. I don't know why you think you're so funny when no one else does. Whoa! Yes! Hi Kai, thanks for the first time chat. You'll never out-instigate Lee. True. Lee is a queen. We all know it. Right, I'll go as a point. It wasn't a great comment. I'll marry you, Cole. I'll marry you. Don't worry about it. I'll do it. I'm just gonna be embarrassed, guys. You want me to do it? Okay, fine. There we go. That would be fitting after all, considering that you thought about when you first met him. Wait, what I thought about when I first met him? Question mark? He looked at you in disbelief. He genuinely cannot believe this is where this conversation had gone. Sorry. Bill frowned and reddened harder, but pretended to ignore what you were saying. Your sister noticed what was happening. Ooh, he isn't going to engage with this topic. Oh no, not the point. I got you, Cove. I'll marry you for the tea. For the squad. He groaned at the continued teasing and increased the speed of his walk. Oh no, rip. The day continued on with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that would have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches and chips. Various birds flew by overhead and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half a Cliff sandwich. Rip Cliff. You were glad you got to do this in the end. You were disappointed to only have a day in the park. You thought the long trip wasn't worth only one day here. You had more fun hanging out in the RV. You hadn't had a good time with it. Disappointed to only have one day, yeah. It sounds like there's a lot to do there, though. There was so much here and you felt like you need a whole week, maybe even more to experience it all. You sighed quietly to yourself, wondering if you'd get the chance to come back. Your group made it back to the camp just as the sun was setting in the sky and the stars were appearing one by one. Look at this, the gradient is it's just so pretty. It's so pretty. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner. Then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have the space for yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. Head up to love to relax on your own. Oh, I was hoping that I could be in the loft, like just hanging out of it and just be like, hey Cove, how's it going? Hung out with Cove. I guess we should figure out something to do. He took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. Your cheeks warmed up a little at that, and the butterflies in your stomach were in full force tonight. Oh yeah, the butterflies are out, boys. You've seen Cove nearly every day for the past 5 years, but seeing him in a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. It was a simple difference from his normal style, yet you couldn't help noticing the way he looked. That is very specific. It made you feel incredibly awkward to be thinking such things. Why did you have to be like this? If that wasn't the most real sentence. I don't know what was. When Cove cleared his throat, your eyes snapped up to his. He had an eyebrow raised and had clearly caught you staring at him.
What?
Is everything okay? Just look away. Just, yeah, don't worry about it. You look good in the jacket, that's all. Yeah, everything's really good. Nodded while saying nothing. I'm tempted between you look good in the jacket and just nod and say nothing. I gotta be... We're gonna go with the jacket. We're gonna be ballsy. Both immediately blushed at the unexpected compliment. You didn't say anything in return and you thought you should explain further. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot. And it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. Yes, he understands. I'd rather be cold than extra hot because you can warm up easier. Ew. I'd rather be freezing than boiling. I'm the same way. I don't mind either way. I love wearing layers. I love layers and accessories. I love wearing layers, to be honest. Ogres have layers? Yes, we're picking Shrek's answer. There's something about a lot of layers that makes me feel all snug and comfortable. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. The fuck do you mean, bro? Do you mean? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class. I can't even do that with a straight face anymore. You perked up hearing that. He noticed you too. Change the subject. You asked him what he liked to see others. That's a very forward question. That is a very forward question. Chat, do we ask him what he likes to see other people wearing? Because that's a very weird question. Very weird and specific question. Like, yo, what do you like to see, boy? You know it's because he can't keep his eyes off you. Oh my, I blush. We have to know as much as possible. Okay. So, what type of stuff do you think looks good on somebody else? Not for yourself. Oh. Yo. The response I thought he would give. Cove's eyes widened at the question, and his defensive reply seemed to slip out before he'd had the chance to have a proper think about it. Nothing. You prefer people in nothing, you say? Hope you are 13, you naughty boy. You paid it no mind. That was funny. Yeah, that was funny. A short laugh escaped you, and you stopped yourself quickly with the hand pressed against you.
Come on.
That's not what I meant. I know, but it's so funny. You composed yourself and sat up straight, all traces of laughter disappearing from your face. Answer with what you do mean then. Isn't there anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? Cove mumbled under his breath and you couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult time with the subject. Fair. Honestly, fair. Well, there's a topic that made him uncomfortable, so he let it go. You had a little fun, that was enough. Change the subject. Not very good at these conversations, are you? So I won't make fun of you. I just thought it would be fun to talk about. He seems to be uncomfortable, so I'm gonna let it go. You didn't want to push him any further, so you didn't insist. Parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. Spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye as the group hunkered down for the night. Your mum did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Yay! I can sleep in, let's go! Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Hometown? Where did hometown come from? I don't know. Your mums and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room while you climbed up to the loft. Cove and his family got situated below the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. Enjoyed the adventure. Thought the trip went okay. You felt the trip was a waste of time? Yeah, didn't have a good time. I enjoyed the adventure. Even if Cove was very forward, oh my. Oh my was that forward, Cove. Oh my. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove laying on his bag, eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. Oh god, that must have been terrifying in the dark there. Dun dun dun. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. Grinned back at him, made a silly face, waved at him. I'm gonna make a silly face, we haven't done that yet. Cove rolled his eyes at you, or at least you thought he did. You then went back to try and sleep. Then decided to have fun quietly. You gestured to him up to come over. God. Would he fit up in this loft with us? He'd probably wake someone up, right? You know what, we're kids, we'd do it. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow and froze up like a deer in headlights every time he made a sound. Adorable. Watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing on the bottom rung where he looked up at you and whispered, "What? Really, literally, what? Hi." Oh, I can invite him up to the loft. Hell yeah, let's go. You wanna come up? His eyes widened, just so you could only tell because he had come to where you were. Cove glanced behind him quickly at his sleeping parents before turning back to you. Okay. Hell yeah. You broke out into a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. You understood how that felt, with the two of you in the loft together, there was belly in your— Ah, this is why we should have picked short! If I was short, we would have fit perfectly. Fuck. Darn. Next time. If there is one. Next time. You laid down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He got under the blanket a bit. But it's just, this is a very, very pretty shot, and I'm like, please, he's 13. This is too much. But help. I have to keep reminding myself, or I might say something. I hope this happens when he's legal. No, wait, no, when he's an adult. I hope this happens when he's an adult. Calm my heart? No. No. I'll try. Okay, I'll try. And it's like, this probably makes no sense. Just wait until step 3. Excellent. Good to know. But this probably makes no sense. But I think it's because I keep putting myself in the player spot. You know what I mean? Like, I keep thinking of it as if I am that character. Like I am the person we're playing as, instead of just playing as that character. You know what I mean?
I think that's why it's happening, because I just keep putting myself in that position. I'm like, if I was 13, yep. Let's be honest, Cove does not look 13. True. Very true. He's very developed. 13-year-old. That was a disgusting sentence. I apologize so much. So much apologies. Anyway, one of his arms is nestled under his head for comfort. The other had nowhere to go and was rested alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. So, what am I doing here? I was very tempted to just press hi. I don't know. I thought we could hang out. You can sleep here instead of the floor. Hell yeah. Go. Cove raised an eyebrow, not having expected you to bring that up now. I'm not sure about this. Oh, that is a heavy blush. That is a heavy blush. Oh, bless him. Cove swallowed loudly and you noticed he wouldn't look you in the eyes anymore. My guy is ripped, wears open cleavage shirts, has a cool scar. Yeah, true. They did give him weirdly defined muscles for a 13-year-old. You were feeling the nervousness too. You felt comfortable being so close to him. His reaction made you happy. You know what? Yeah. It was nice to know that this didn't seem like nothing to him. You wanted him to take you seriously. You thought back on the trip and the little moments you'd gotten to spend together with Cove. Ah, he's had a full-blown development arc by the age of 30. True. It felt like this trip definitely had brought you together even more, and not just physically in the same space. Is that a comment because we're currently in the loft together? You laid there silently. You tried to ease things with conversation. You nudged close to him. You touched his... Oh my god, that's a bit too much, isn't it? Let's just try to ease things with conversation. So it's been really a nice night, huh? Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess it has. Don't you think the loft is more comfortable than it looks?
It's nice.
Not bad. It'd be nice to have more room. Cove smiled at you through the dim light and you knew he was only joking. Just hand to chest like, oh, affected. Oh, super effective. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. Rigged AF. Oh, did you not catch the Pokemon? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. The two of you continued to whisper for a while, becoming more relaxed. You went to sleep while you were. You snuggled against him. There's no way that's going. There's no way that's going unnoticed. There's. Chat, we have to make a decision, and we have to make it right now. Chat, we have to make a decision. Kiss, this is important. Is it? Oh no. Kiss. You know what? We will do it. God, this is nerve-wracking. I'm not like... Oh god, okay. Moved in even closer, eyes half closed as your lips inched towards his. So slowly. Cove froze immediately. You could feel his body trembling against you as you neared. You grew close enough to be one motion away from placing your lips together. Oh dear. Then all at once he bolted upright, completely forgetting the restrictions of the location, smacking his head against the roof of the RV with a loud crack, making you gasp aloud. Oh no! Oh no! Bro got brain damage! He got brain damage! Bro, you good? Ow! Cove, are you okay? Cove didn't answer. He fell back into the loft floor with in a flustered pile. He pressed one hand against his head and the other over his face as he groaned in pain. Bro, are you okay? The sound of movements in the RV below startled you, and when you looked over the side, you noticed Cliff had similarly shot up and was looking around wildly. He's like, bear! There's a bear! No, nope. That was your son.
What's wrong?
Wake up, people. Something's happened. No, just... Oh, no, it's
too awkward. Oh no. How do we explain it? Cove sat in a pool of his own drool, failed to respond. God damn it, Cliff. Cliff, you could have assessed the situation first, please. God, fuck it, oh no. Cliff reached over to where Kyra was on the couch and she whined as he shook her out of sleep deep enough not to be interrupted by the chaos. What's going on? And then the lights came on and you scrambled under the blanket to avoid being seen, but it was too late.
What?
Oh, where are you? Saz, are you? Oh. It only took a second for Kyra to figure out where her son had gone, and you soon heard Cliff's chuckle as he too realised. Oh, bro. Turn those lights off, go back to sleep, forget you saw anything. Awkward. You were warned there wasn't much room up there, but... Cove groaned terribly again, but this time it was out of humiliation. He moved his hand from his sore scalp to cover his shame, rather than face his parents.
Hey!
What's with all the noise out here? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Elizabeth, go back to bed. Lizzie, go back to bed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's all happening all at once. Oh shit. I don't know if that was the right choice, chat, I'm gonna be honest. The horror of the door at the back of the RV opened and Elizabeth, as well as your mums, peeked their heads out into the hall. Is everything okay?
Sorry.
It's nothing, sorry for waking you up. Cove curled into himself, completely humiliated as he apologised a couple more times. Not loud enough for anyone other than you to hear, though. Could have been worse, could have sat on his face and suffocated. I mean, I don't think I could sit on him. This big. Not lose two, it's the worst outcome. Yeah. Snuggle would have probably been better. We can go back. Should we go back? I want to go back. Can we go back, chat? I don't want to live with this decision no more. I've discovered the rewind function. Like in Click. Should we have gone for the snuggle? Oh my fucking god. Bro just cracked his skull open. It's okay. Well, this can be a democracy if you want. Mean. Not letting me. That's weird. It's just straight not letting me, that's weird. Maybe if I do this. Oh. Okay. Apparently I'm not allowed to do a pull. Okay. Pardon me. Jesus. Wish I'd. Fine, we'll stay the course. Actually, wait, hold up. I'll drop a save. And maybe we'll go back.
Maybe at some other point we'll redo this scene and see what happens. I'm just gonna check on him. You okay, Cove? With another whimper, Cove pushed himself up onto his side. Not really. I should probably get Mum to look at it. Kyra casually came over on the edge of the loft. She patted her son on the back. Come to Mama, baby. You can't stay there. Aww. There's no putting it off, Cove. Cove climbed down the ladder, his face still red as the bottle when he reached the bottom. I don't want to stay on this course. I feel really bad. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Can we at least check? Can we check? You know what? Yes, we're gonna check. We're gonna save it here. No. We're gonna go back just to check. Okay, right. Here we go. Oh, he closed the distance completely and nuzzled your face into the top of his head. His hair was soft. Oh, this seems to work. Cove stiffened up and let out a yelp, which he quickly bit down on his lip to stifle. He gave you an apologetic look, but still wasn't bad for him. Just surprising. Oh, this is going way better. After a few more moments, he settled in, his breath deep and steady. Oh, come on now. Tell me this isn't better. He moved his head to the crook of your neck. Are you sure we can't stick with this one? Are you sure? Positive? Are you positive we can't stick with this one? Ew. You positive, buddy? Buddy, old friend or pal? You sure? You could feel his lips curved into a smile and it made you happy to know he was enjoying the moment too. Oh, that's so cute! Two of you fell asleep before long cuddled together. Oh, that's so cute! Okay, I'm vetoing. I'm putting my foot down as the streamer. We're staying the course. Now we're staying the course. This is too cute. I can't not. Oh, and he didn't get brain damage. It's fine. Also, if anyone's curious, the question I was going to ask in the poll was, do we uncrack this boy's skull? Which idiot suggested making two 13-year-olds kiss? I wonder who that was. I wonder. I wonder who that was. Could be anyone. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it travelled the long journey home. You noticed quickly that you weren't as warm as you'd been during the night, and when you checked next to you, Cove was gone. Did he wake up first to be like, I gotta get out of here? No one must know. Could be anyone. We'll never know. Yeah, I don't know, right? It's not like there's a chat log or anything. Nope. Not like the VOD will be posted where it's clearly seen on the side. Nope, never know. Blinking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to find out where he had gone. Maybe he'd snuck back to his spot on the floor during the night. However, you soon noticed him sitting on the couch talking quietly with his mom, his head hung in embarrassment. He still gets thingy. Oh no. Oh no. Your movement gave you away and Kyra suddenly looked up and caught your eye. Uh-oh. Future mama, please don't be mad at me. Please be gentle. I didn't know. It was innocent. It was innocent. She simply smiled amusedly at you, and it was obvious what happened. Cove hadn't gotten away with it. They found him there in the loft, and then you woke up while he was trying to explain. You knew it was going to be a long, long time before you lived this one down, if you ever did. Soon your mums and Elizabeth emerged from their room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. And they didn't get told about anything. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savouring the last few hours of vacation.
looking really awkwardly at Cove whenever you spot him. Because, oh fuck, we did that. Oh, yep. We cuddled. Oh my god. So we've progressed from holding hands to cuddling. I'm okay with it. Did I read that? Oh, yeah. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened in the laugh, but he simply apologised and changed the subject. Aww. No, Cove. Oh. Rejection. Oh. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until the morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. At least get changed, bro. Imagine looking the guy in the eyes and whispering an alternate universe you have a brain damage now. Imagine. Fucking rip, bro. His skull was cracked. Oh dear. You were happy you were in your bed. It felt weird to be alone. Oh no. It felt weird to be alone, chat. You wished you were still on the trip. You must be near Cove. It felt weird being alone. I guess if you spend 3 days with people, you would get that for at least a night, right? But at least the first night back, you'd be like, this is weird. We glued his head back together, silenced the adults, and went back to sleep. It felt weird. You'd gotten so used to having all the others around all the time, as well as the rumble of the RV, that it felt oddly quiet being by yourself. Did the Pokemon escape as you went to catch it? No, that's so rude. Dragon, what the fuck? With those two last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Would it? Would it, considering what we just did? Would it? Yep. And then summer ended. Yes. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. Rip. You're excited. Anxiety gnawed at your stomach. It was a bummer. Your feelings were muddled. Anxiety! Oh! Going back to school meant handing over the autonomy you'd had over the past week. You had very little control over what you did at school or who you shared class with. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for the final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? Can you stop giving me an existential crisis in this game, please? I still use you. Did it really? Yo, that's rude. You considered how fondly your mums talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognised that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve, you pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought you plenty of changes of its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. Ooh, I almost clicked something on accident. You were happy to finally gotten your chance to know her. You'd become extremely fond of her, you didn't like her, your mind was made up how you felt about her, you didn't care one way or another. She's nice. You know what? I'm fond of her. She's nice. The neighbourhood was about to feel a lot emptier. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mum off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you round to his house when she was ready to set off. We both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people. But once he was able to adjust, he'd been pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. The next thought that had crossed your mind was, it would only be polite to get the door for Cove. You went downstairs to wait. You couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. Cove knew your house well enough you could lounge in your room and wait for him. No, I can't wait for him. Cannot wait. You bounded downstairs, your hand gliding over the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your mums might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As soon as you'd chosen to stand behind it to wait for Cove, there was no delay in pulling it open. Oh, wow, okay, that's a bit obsessive, isn't it? Cove was there, just as you'd expect. Seeing you, he flashed you a bright grin. Hell yeah, hey dude. I says. Hey dude, hey dude. Smiling, you beckoned for him to come in and follow you upstairs. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair. His preferred spot. He prefers the desk chair? Is that because it looks fancy as fuck? He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held on his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from this spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mum leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she goes. Didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. Can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. Leaning back in the chair, a weary smile tickled his cheek. Yeah, you nodded. She'll be back. Time's going by so fast. Oh god, that's dreadful. Yeah. He shook his head as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Okay, interesting analogy. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Oh, okay. Having him over here was so nice. No matter how you spent time, you always felt better for being in his company. You wouldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked at your heart. A vague yearning for more. Oh, a sentence though. Maybe it was because summer was almost over that your feelings were rushing in on you now, like high tide at the end of the long day. Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, because it was a season that you could spend almost entirely as you pleased, and you both chose to spend it together. You wanted to let... Oh no, okay. Didn't know completely what you felt, you were too scared to let him know. You weren't ready to admit it to Cove now, you wanted to let Cove know how much you liked him. No, chat, do we bite the bullet? Last time we bit the bullet, he cracked his head open. But do we do it? What's the worst that could happen? Well, now you've said that. Anyway, that was the time. You couldn't get another day without expressing the feelings you held. Well, there's no low ceiling this time. I mean, if he was on the bed, there would technically be this low ceiling. Just bonk around. Just, oh, fuck. He falls unconscious and cracks his head open again. Oh no. You spoke words of affection. You confessed by kissing him. You asked if you could kiss him. I don't want to just spring a kiss on him again. That sounds like it'd be a bad idea. Can I ask if I can... Did I ask? I'm gonna ask. I feel like it's best to ask rather than just doing it. Oh, could be. Yes. Yes. Oh. He was not expecting that. Cove's eyebrows shot up fast enough that they could have flown off his face. As a match, his mouth might have dropped off his head for how much it fell open.
What?
What? Why?
Claps hands over his mouth, his eyebrows lowered, but expression no less terrified. Oh no, that's not how I meant it. It's not a bad idea or something, but why just say that right now? Because I want to right now. I don't know. I don't want to wait any longer. Why not? You can answer. Because I want to right now, I don't want to wait any longer. Decisions. I like that I don't want to wait any longer. Proves that I've been thinking about it for a while. Cove's chest began to rise and fall visibly as he swallowed short breaths in quick succession. Oh, please don't actually fall unconscious.
Sorry.
Sorry for being weird, it's just, I kind of thought, oh, that sometime something like this might happen. Others talking about liking each other. Aww. I hope the fuck not. Wait, if he does CPR count as a first kiss? You did? You were thinking about it before? He nodded ever so slightly. Your face felt a lot hotter after that. Cove brightened a little at your positive reaction, and his explanation continued. I could sort of picture how it might go, whatever, like, with you and me. But just the first part, I couldn't ever imagine something that had come after, and now it's actually happened. When there, it's... took another deep breath, stuttering on the exhale.
That's,
This makes things different. True. But I feel like we've been walking up to this step for a while. He's not dead yet, chat! He's not! He's not dead yet. Calm down. It's fine. Things don't have to be different. I pretty much imagine you'd react like this. This is hard for me. Should we find a crystal ball for us? Yet. Things don't have to be different. Yeah, things don't have to be different just because...
NANI?
Yep. He gave you a one smile? I think that's meant to say warm. I'm gonna accept warm. Thanks, but I don't think that'll work. I can't just forget. I definitely can't. Finally, Cove drew in a breath deeper than you would have thought his lungs could hold. They must have managed somehow, however, because he held it in without so much as a puff exhaled. That would have made sense if he had been about to dive underwater, but sitting in the middle of your room is an odd and concerning choice. Cove, are you alright? He didn't respond, sitting as rigidly as a statue. You were about to get up, or at least nudge the chair with your foot, when he let out a breath and took another. Okay. His voice cracked on the word. The "oh" squeaking out, followed by a dip on the second syllable. You perked up, straightening up in your seat. Chat, it's time. It is time, chat. It wasn't clear whether it was as a response to your original question or the follow-up where you'd asked if he was alright, but having him speak again was a good start. We can kiss. I want to do that. Aww, he's a shy boy. The gasp escaped you. It was okay. He wanted to kiss you. You were scared because but you couldn't do it after all. You kiss him. We kiss him. No time to be a coward. We kiss him. You untangled yourself from your resting position and stood up, realizing your intent to actually go for it. Cove straightened up in the chair, his hands coiled together in his lap. One means he's like pale and tired and embarrassed and stuff. Oh, okay. So it's actually a word and not like not a typo. Good to know. As you moved towards him, you noticed his knees knocking together as he trembled. His decision not to rise from the chair made perfect sense. Okay, fair enough. I was about to be like, bruh, you couldn't stand to meet me in the middle. If he was that shaky while sitting down, there was no way he'd manage to stand without at least one of you falling over. Or both. And then we'd both be unconscious. Your legs brushed against his quivering ones as you came to a stop in front of him. Cove was staring up at you. As you leaned in towards him, he echoed the motion and drew in towards you. Oh! Both dead, yes. Confirmed. 2 cases. Once you were close enough to feel Cove's breath on your face, you closed your eyes. The last thing you saw was Cove quickly doing the same. Oh! The kids look at the kiss. Your lips met with Cove's for a moment. His lips were pressed tightly together, unyielding. But it was alright. You were kissing him, and he was kissing you. Aww. Chat, look, we made it. And all was good in the world. Your stomach somersaulted. You couldn't believe it was really happening. In that moment, it felt warm, and it felt nice, and it felt... Hey! Hell yeah. You drew back and Cove slipped down into the chair. The knuckles of his hands were pale after gripping so tightly. Bro's like... he's melted. Aw, bless him. Thinking that he could do with some space to breathe figuratively and literally, took a step back. Cove shot up, his stance rigid. Cove plastered a hand over his mouth, his eyes shut tight. His back then became bowed, shrinking him down. You could only just make out the few words he'd managed to summon.
Oh my god!
Oh, this is so cute! Oh, he's so cute! I can't believe we actually... His eyes flew open wide, but he didn't look your way, let alone meet your gaze.
Oh my god!
We kissed! We kissed! You were full of nerves. His reaction was really cute. His reaction was really cute. You thought his fluster was funny. It worried you that he was so funny. His reaction is so cute. I can't. You watched him adoringly as he tried to gather his senses. Cove only slammed his eyes closed once again. He's so cute. Did you like it? Was that bad? It was nice, wasn't it? Cove, it's okay. Did I do something wrong? I like this one. He was still holding a hand to his face, but in an attempt to answer, he emitted a muffled whimper. With that obviously not working, he uncovered his face at last, bringing the hand to lay against his chest and looked at you. No. He opened his mouth, poised to speak, and pursed his lips as word failed him. On his third or fourth attempt, you heard what he had to say. I do like it. I'm glad that we, you know... Aw, he's so cute. He swallowed, seemingly not able to speak the actual word. You could relate. It was really embarrassing to say out loud. Your earlier anxiety ebbed, knowing that the experience had been a welcome one. The smile on Cove's face was real but wary, not unlike the one he wore after a long, exhausting day of activity. Like when he'd made a new personal best. The work had been hard, but the reward had been worth it. Oh, that's a nice way of looking at it. With some newfound confidence, he drew himself up as he inhaled deeply. Each word he spoke next was delicate. I like you. A lot. Probably way too much. Aww! Oh, it's so cute! Guys, I'm dying! So no! Too cute. I will die. And then I flop and faceplant, and then the stream just never ends because there's no one to press the button. Yep. He ducks his head bashfully and opened an eye, peeking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face with a veil. He'd managed to smile.
Thanks for waiting for me.
I can't scream because everyone's in bed, but... His eyes sparkled just looking at you, his affection transparently clear. He never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. Smiled at him, you hugged him. I like you too. You breathed a sigh of relief. I like you even more. Yes. Cove squeaked out a nervous giggle. He curled his hand into a loose fist and brushed knuckles idly against his cheek. Words evaded him as he opened his mouth and closed it again. He really cannot function right now. Enjoying the cute Cove wheel. He gave up on finishing the sentence, instead just smiling again. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hands. It was an action usually reserved for much later in the day, but at this point, it already felt like a long day. Cove then pressed a hand to his creased forehead.
Oh my god.
Does it mean I'm your boyfriend? Or something? Now, should we tell our parents? I don't know what Dad and Mum would do. There were a lot of concerns in there. He honed in on the simplest. There was no way your mums would let you have a boyfriend, even though that would
were juxtaposed with Cove's name made your heart race. Why weren't they were literally talking to you about it earlier. Earlier in the holiday, they were like, we'll be there if you need us. We'll support you no matter what. Mine neither. Not fair. I wish we were older. It's okay. It doesn't matter though. We like each other and that's what's important. You didn't know it's... That's okay. We like each other and that's what's important. Dad. Nothing anybody else thought about your relationship changed what it was between the two of you. Cove lifted his hand from his chest and reached towards you, halting halfway, then slowly, cautiously, hooked his fingers around your... Oh! His palm pressed against the back of your hand. Oh! That's so cute! Can he stop being adorable? Like, really? Can he really stop being adorable right now? You let him hold your hand. You held his hand back. How? Bitch, I'm gonna hold his hand back. Hell yeah. You rotated your hand so that you were palm to palm with Cove, your thumbs crossing one another. I can words. We can get it to work. We always figured things out, sooner or later. Your purple eyes locked with his and said the words that your smiling mouth couldn't. His eyes widened, the message received. He returned the smile eagerly, his grip on your hand tightening. Taz, Cove! Oh, you're ruining the moment! Mother! Mother, why? Why no John Cena clips on the soundboard? Because there wasn't enough space. A sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten about the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mum is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mum and Mrs. Priest had their strange sense of humour in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Did we keep holding hands? Is that a thing? Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tense leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street.
Oh.
The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. This isn't the last time you'll ever see her. Smiled at him reassuringly. Yeah, this isn't the last time you'll ever see her. I know, but I got used to having her here. Yeah. It was hard to think of a world where you didn't have both your mums living at home with you, but you couldn't even imagine how hurt Cove must have been feeling knowing his mum was leaving. You thought you saw his bottom lip quiver just before he turned his head away from you. You don't have to head over if you don't want to. No, it'll be worse if I miss her leaving. Okay. At that, some of the conflict warring on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room, surrounded by his mom's packed things. Oof. Bad juju. Bad juju. Hey kids. Good timing. I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi, Saz. So glad I get to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. And you very pretty lady. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't just explode with colour and give it away, you know? To be honest. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kyra returned her attention back to her boys. My brain just shut off for a second. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her hug, but his mum was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. You shouldn't have kept it a secret. They're both gonna turn on him now, aren't they? And be like, Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened.
Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
Cove sighed and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment, and then just as quick it was back on his parents.
It's okay.
Really?
Right, are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. I mean, I could just leave. You've been reading aloud for 6 hours, my brain would have been done by now. We're all at here. Yeah? Yeah? Tell me about it. My brain has been done since we started. It wants to be on summer vacation too, guys. Send home. You wondered if you should offer to leave when Kyra gave Cove a pat on the head.
All right.
You can always call me if you want me to be a part of the conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mum. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kyra and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in a clear view of the open door. Bloody hell. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah? The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra as she filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. Hey, Derek! You stood uncomfortably and waved as soon as you noticed him. What's up, Derek?
What's up?
Hey, Saz, hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago, though I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, Mom. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We were just about set. Been in work since the stream started? Jesus Christ, I can't even read chat anymore. But goddamn, dude. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kyra took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. Time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes travelling, but Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home. Otherwise, we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
Can do.
I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on, squeezing his cheeks and hands instead. It was evening night for me, so I just played games and listened to them read. Oh, at least you had something to do. Mom,
Cove.
I love you so much, baby. He was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tip of his nose. Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Aww. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him as close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back. Getting closer. It's so nice.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye, travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. Wait, and Cliff. So they were rekindling. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to call out with your family and hers. Wave goodbye, watch quietly. I'll wave goodbye. As the taxi headed down the road, you stuck your hand in the air to send her off. Cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mum went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. Oh, is he not going to be sad anymore? He not an edgy boy no more? You jumped a bit when your mum put a hand on your shoulder. Look up on you like a ninja. Pulling you away from your thoughts. You smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Yeah, I don't think so. Nodded in agreement. He shrugged. I don't know. Summer isn't over until the second I fall asleep. Yes, summer isn't over until I fall asleep. No naps for you then. Can't risk you accidentally ending summer a few hours too early for the rest of us. Nice. Chuckling, you shook your head, amused. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomely, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
Well, Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. Almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mum smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your mum's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
How sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. Not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbours. Mum laughed a little over her own talk. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mum's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mum grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it down. Ma tried to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids have fun? You can all come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mum nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mum seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned, a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mum exchanged further glances before Mum shrugged.
True.
Oh, what?
True.
An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Nice. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your mums smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. We're not kids, yeah. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So
what now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Both spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been here 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. If nothing, okay, let's do it. Strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive one of the conveniences of Sunset Burb. And yes, I will keep calling it Sunset Burb. I'm not sorry. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool! He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam in his eyes. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Ms. Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please, Flopsy will behave, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want to and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out that it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. Pretty sure, think about it, we could plan a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. You thought it was a great idea and wanted to be a part of it. Felt you could try this idea on his own. You thought Derek abandoned the idea. Stat. You gave a look to the other two. I wouldn't be able to. I'm just gonna send them a look. Derek continued to brainstorm out loud different potential performances while you glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. I mean, I can bounce a soccer ball on my head. Last time I tried, I got 8 bounces before it fell. I wouldn't bring a ball here. Why not? Cove gestured to everything around, the stalls, the people, all the colourful chaos that made up the shopping street. Would you want to chase a lost ball here? And what if you hit somebody? Even if you're good, someone else could bump you. That's true. Derek thought about some more. Then he watched over another performer, a woman doing tricks with 2 small dogs. One was fluffy and cream-coloured, while the other was a cool grey. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. Maybe I'll teach Crab to how to race. I'm not gonna lie, I read that as rave. And I was like, please no, don't do this. Don't do this to me. Crabs? It would work. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls even. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Both picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought that it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. When it sounded Cove, he backed up Derek. You agreed with his sister. Notice Australia, he stayed out of it. Notice Australia. That would be me. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. Oh, Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. He glared at him, waved at him, decided to smile at him, looked away. I'm gonna wave at him. I'm gonna wave. He did not wave back. Rude. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow, her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. Like the idea that Elizabeth was looking at him like, did you just ignore my sister? The fuck? Did you just ignore my sibling? I'll have you know I graduate top of mic that I cannot do it with a straight face. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? You still didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in such better moods now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. You mean when I went to punch him in the face? Ah, it's all coming full circle. Now I will finally get the chance. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. Kept thought to yourself. Everyone's probably realised it's fine. ... Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you had spaced out. Cove and Derek were already in the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left there. He nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? Nothing. He gave you a searching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. You couldn't help but wonder though, what would have happened if you had interacted with Jeremy more? You were glad that you wouldn't find out. Jeremy was unlike anyone you'd ever met before. Thought he was horrible, thought he was weird, thought he was stupid, thought he was kind of pitiful, thought he was okay. I think he's pitiful. Pitiful, yes. You and the group moved on from Stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long before everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left as Elizabeth mentioned that the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. Can't wait, few have had enough of walking around. Homebound, here we go. Nodded silently. Homebound, here we go. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. Looked at him appraisingly. Ask him to carry me back. Chat, I'm not thinking about it. I'm not thinking, dude. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not considering it. I'm really not. I'm not considering it. Anyway. Hey, Cove. Yeah? I wanted to ask you something. Could you carry me home?
What?
Cove turned red, obviously flustered. You explained you wanted a piggyback ride. You didn't want to walk back. You told him it was a special occasion. You decided to let it go. I want a piggyback ride. He's not going to do it. Rude. I kind of wanted a piggyback ride for somebody. I hope that's okay. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Well, please, maybe? Alright. Let's go! Piggyback, piggyback, piggyback. Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large smile. Thank you, Cove. He carefully crouched down in front of you so you could climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand all the way up. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It's fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home, but he seemed pretty bashful about the situation. You shook. Nice. He struggled with how much grip around you and whether or not he should try to reposition things. But along with all that, he also seemed to feel some pride to be carrying you. Aww. Adorable. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got to the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. Am I still in the piggyback? Am I still having a nice old ride? The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time.
Hey.
I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. Your mums were unsure, and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow.
Everything okay?
Oh, whoops. Did you pull something, Saz? I'm okay. Oh, Cove, you've gotten so strong.
Good kid.
And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary, then started walking to your couch. He bent down and let you pop back on the couch. Whoop! Hell yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. So did everyone have a nice time out? He gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat, Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right.
But he blushed a little and began fidgeting with his silverware. His dad was the first to pick up one's extra awkwardness, but your mums went far behind. Parents shared looks at Cove's reaction. Look, we were like, I don't think my parents would be okay with it, but this entire summer they've just been shipping it. They've been like, are they gonna act on this at all? Or do we need to step in? Like, it's a careful nudge here to make them kiss or something? What? Or both, after what happened between the two of you upstairs. Oh wait, what? It seemed that he was struggling. Oh, okay, right, okay. He was struggling to act normal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. It was okay. Bank heist went off without a hitch. As a little shit. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Hell yeah. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. He looked down at the gathering. Good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As you passed Cove his drink, your hands touched. Cove froze. Oh, here we go. He's like, if I drink from your water, is that a kiss? Oh. And so did you. Unfortunately, the cup didn't. It slipped right through both of your fingers. The glass fell down on the table, landing with a sharp clatter of glass on wood. Cove scooted his chair back with a restrained shout.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'll just get a towel or something. He looked around in a frantic panic as if an object to soak up the water would magically appear if he turned his head fast. His dad bit his lip in worry, rising from his own seat.
Well...
Oh, what's going on? You've been a little out of it today. Pushes up glasses. Ah, well. Did something happen? Cove tensed, frozen again. He stared at the water on the table as if it wanted to sink into it. You spoke up to cover Cove. You blanked on everything that could be said. You admitted to what happened between the two of you. They had to find out sometime. You accidentally blurred it out. Moist. No, we don't use that word. No. I'm gonna cover for him. If something did happen, you should wait for Cove to want to talk about it. Trying to make him say things in front of everybody wouldn't be good. Mr. Holden nodded slowly. He still seemed worried, but after another look at Cove, he smiled sympathetically.
Right.
Well said, Saz. I'm here when you're ready, son.
Of course.
Of course. Cove breathed a sigh of relief and shot you an apologetic look. It's fine. We've got this. You smiled back at him. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
Now...
And you shouldn't slouch. He pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward, both arms on the table. Oops. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal, even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all of his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behaviour. Meanwhile, I got a piggyback, right? There's a scale, spectrum, if you will. Derek is on one side and I am on the other. It's nothing. It's true though, you have been a lovely guest. I've noticed that too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about our other guest? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one. But he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Just throw
throw him under the bus, why don't you? Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mum's laughed lightly.
There, there.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners. Who cares, I don't think it's that big of a deal. He's Cove for his bad habit. You complimented Derek on his politeness. You joked that Derek was basically an adult, kept quiet and took a bite of fruit. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. It's smoking. The parents had made an excellent lunch. You took another bite and minded your own business. Yep. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple of games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. Time passed by quickly and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your mums and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up he would be leaving. It'll be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Yikes. Lizzie, calm down. Cove raised an eyebrow and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realised he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. Gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Saz. You hugged, pat him on the back. You noticed he started ruffling his hair. You waved. I'm gonna give him a hug. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Cove hugged you back tightly and his chest rumbled as he laughed. Oh, that's so cute. Before he was like, get the fuck away from me, demon. And now he's like, hey, friendo, love you. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly. Literally everyone knows at this point that the relationship was a thing, and it wasn't even a thing yet. Everyone's like, oh, we know. Don't you worry about it, we know.
Dude.
Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. He decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. You kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well,
Dad's still going to be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Okay. Two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was quite a stroll, too quiet for Derek to be being the company. Turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek, you always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Oh no. Is Derek okay? Derek smiled when he realised you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in his expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
Sucks.
It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were clenched tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? Channel some optimism into conversation. You shared those worries. Channel the optimism! Bah. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. I was about to say shattered. That would suddenly change this from just a slice of life. Not gonna lie. A plane flew high with the jet stream trailing behind it.
Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey Saz, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who's a boy? I don't know if that's weird to ask. Why is... Derek, I love you, buddy. But we've kind of already made a step forward with with Cove, and I don't want to step backwards. You know what I mean? I don't. Never really. I could be with a guy, maybe. I don't know. He didn't answer him. I don't want to talk about that. I could be with a guy. I'm gonna be honest. I could be with a guy. Okay, then. Yesterday, before finishing his question.
So...
Oh no, he is. No, Derek. Oh, Derek. Oh, you sweet angel child. No. Well, what I mean is, just, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here, not at school or anything like that? He ducks his head further. You already knew the answer. You had confronted that very topic this afternoon. Exactly. We've already been here. Well, I like Cove. I don't really want to say that. I don't know. I'm not putting Cove's dad. I'm not putting Cove's dad. I can't even do it, but I wouldn't if I could. I'm gonna have to say Cove. I don't want to lead him on. I'm gonna have to say Cove. Derek chuckled and didn't look at all surprised. Yeah, kind of thought so. That's cool. I really hope things work out. Thanks for answering my random question. It wasn't random at all. That was not a random question at all. I'm so sorry, Derek. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're so cool. I'm sorry, Derek. He shot you a thumbs up. I hope we'll always be friends, no matter what. Damn right we will. Damn right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yes, we will be friends, no matter what. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope. He cut himself off and met your eyes. There was something serious to him. Sincerely worried that you'd fall out of friendship. I hope so too. I want to be friends forever. We're always going to be friends. Yeah, we're always going to be friends. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more like the usual. Then for sure. We have to make the most of next year, then the year after that, and the year after that. He rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year. Right. You smiled and felt your friendship was still strong. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to the street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. You know what? I'll call Lee. He was digging. No. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered.
Hey!
She has a housekeeper? Bruh, she rich. She rich. Hi Lee, can you talk? Definitely, we practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me.
Boo.
Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Look. Ditto. Where? Where's the ditto? Where? Where are we looking? Where is it? Is it this plant? I see you, ditto. Anyway, at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. He was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. Reminisced about a moment of your summer, moved on to talk about her. Reminisced? You began to speak about road trip, the one day with a big shopping trip in the morning, time you went to Cove's house for dinner, the incredibly hot afternoon, the road trip, let's go! I went on a vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on an RV road trip.
Really?
Oh, that's awesome! It was a 3-day trip and we visited the Redwood National Forest. Lucky! Park was made and it was fun hanging out with everyone together. I'm not telling her about that bit.
Hey, did you know I cracked Cove's skull open? And then with my magical rewind powers, I undid all the damage because holy shit. I hope the RV wasn't small. Lee laughed, trying to imagine how busy it must have been for 7 people sharing such a little space. The thought had you laughing too, remembering the ups and downs of the trip. You're happy Mr. Holden and Kyra. Why did I forget how to pronounce it? Invited you. It wasn't bad. We had a good time. We moved on to talk. What was your big highlight this summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Aww. Even though it was a phone call, you just knew that Lee was winking at you. I'm glad you picked the right answer. I'm gonna laugh. This part just won't end. I know. And help. Alright, okay, so a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. God, you are rich. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures till both of you were yawning to each other over the phone. But you guys, one thing. I told Cove I had a crush on him today. I kissed Cove today. Oh, she's been there the entire time, to be fair, and been egging me to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna tell her. There was a pause of silence, knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. Excellent. Okay, good start. As expected, a screech loud enough for you to still make out clearly from a distance crackled through the speaker. When you felt it was safe, you put the phone back against your head. Lee was still gushing to herself, though a little less loudly. Why didn't you say so sooner? He had to have kissed you back, right? You two are the most perfect pair ever. Tell me, please. You used the precious little time you had left to try filling her in as best you were capable to at the moment. The fuck would. But soon the approach of curfew became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited you both were. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now, and you did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee.
Bye.
Night, Saz. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your mums would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. Can I just go now? Please, in-game Saz, please. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand inch 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. What is he doing out there? The little shit. When the surprise faded, you realised it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do, yeah, pretty much. Well, of course I have to go see him. I'd smack the window and what? Hey, Cove! Went out. I'm gonna go out. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. Oh yeah, we got fireflies. They drifted along lazily, barely minding their presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. Smiling shyly, you stopped in front of him. Your fingers nervously pulled at a loose string hanging off your shirt. Hi, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing, not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. No, I feel good. I hope you feel better. Look back, you nodded. I hope you feel better. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. He spoke so quietly that you almost missed it. I think I will. Wolf let himself fall back into his butt and then all the way down so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. Yeah? Yeah, we doing this right now? You laid down yourself, sat in the grass, stood there. Sat on his chest. No, we're gonna lay down ourselves, okay? Lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again.
I'm sorry.
Sorry for being kind of awkward when my mum was leaving. Surprised, you stared at him for a moment. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You were genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a small smile to your face. But your thoughts quickly wandered back to the first day you met Mr. Holden. No, stop trying to make me tell him! Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guessed he didn't.
There was more Cove and his dad to talk about. It was a relief to know that they had made a start. Now was not a good time to bring up what you were thinking, though. You could wait longer. Thank God. I don't want to ever be the one to bring that up. Because, I mean, I did also turn him down and be like, hey, no, what the fuck, bro? No. It's almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You can't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Then, still without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you. Huh? He stickered before answering, looking thoroughly amused with your reaction. My reaction. Huh? What? That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. Wait, that's what I do all the time? What? Wait, I'm confused. Do what? Wait, him shaking his head was me? I'm so confused. Stunned enough, he noticed enough to take. Sure, stunned. I don't know how else to react to that. There was no response that you could give, but you noticed Cove smiling softly at you. He wasn't trying to be mean with it. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who would tease you about something like that. Then in his smile, you realised there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you there. Is that it? Cove, my guy. What the fuck? With the final wave, Cove headed for Hey. What? Rude. I thought for sure they were going to kiss again. But you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to his simple statement. See you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. I thought it was just going to cut off there, please. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under your covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. It was hard not to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure out all that happened between you. You felt excited, nervous, unsure. Excited. They're 13, don't expect much from them. True, but like... That felt like that's where it was going, right? It felt like that's where that was going. I'm not the only one. There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy and you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wistful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream, wishing that this one would end, when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Your eyes snapped open. What? What's happening? The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, but persistent. Day 43. Chapter 2 has not ended. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the colour of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened your window wide. Cool air, not your warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you'd expect, there was your neighbour crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. I'm gonna have a wrecked throat tomorrow. I can see it now. Oh hey. Yo, what's that pose? He was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile. Hi Saz. Hey, can you not? God damn it, Cove, go to sleep for it. You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Summer ended when I went to sleep, you fuck.
Yeah, not to be that guy, definitely to be that guy, but we have plans tomorrow, says. I know, Seb, I'm trying to end this. You do not understand the amount of times I have been like, finally, it's the... Not the end. You do not understand, Seb. Not understand. See, I haven't quit. It's almost to the end, I can feel it. We're gonna finish this. Here we go again. Always. Way too early, Cove. You're crazy. Cove, you're so cute. And you give decipherings now. Yeah, always, whatever. You smile wide and affectionately. Oh yeah, you rush to get changed into something suitable for Cove. For Cove? Swear to God, sounds if this mess with plans tomorrow, I'm gonna lose my shit. It's not going to! Calm down, Jesus. Not that late. God. Well, Cove climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Oh, God. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination, back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared if anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. Towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill. That simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to bed at least. See you tomorrow. Alright, good night, Sam. See you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. You have no faith in my abilities. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. That's fucking Bryn, please. Just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. Okay. No, I do not. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you are happy to meet it. Oh! No! No, wait! Yes! Yes! Oh, thank fuck. Oh. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Wait, okay. YouTube, this is going to be a really short ending because it is currently 2:30 AM and I'm dying inside and my throat hurts. So that was a long one. Definitely a long one. But it was fun. And I appreciate it. My brain isn't functioning anymore, dude. But yeah, it was fun. I really liked it. It made my heart sore multiple times. So I'm looking forward to part 3. And see you next time. Bye.